Hold up. There we go. Hold up. Hold up. There we go. I had to clean off the lens a little bit. How we doing? Oi, oi, oi. Yes, sir. Move the mic over a little bit. Yeah, buddy. How are we? Yeah. Good to see everybody is doing well this Tuesday? Tuesday, right? Tuesday for some people, maybe Wednesday already for others. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing pretty good. Doing alrighty. That's what's up, man. We got work to do, y'all. This manga, I am scared. I'm thinking I can make it, but I don't know. But we gonna make the attempt, and even if I don't, man, look, it just lets me know where I'm at. But yeah, today's gonna be more of a focus stream, so I'm not gonna talk as much on this go round, but I'll still I'll peep in here and there when needed and whatnot. Like if it's something you guys have like a big question about or something, I'll try to do it. But for the most part, I'm really gonna try to focus hard down on this comic and try to get some good important pages done. So I got a feeling as I do these, y'all might have some questions. I might have to save them for the end if they're pretty complicated. But yeah, I'll put some cool stuff. Wait, what? Fixing the server, by the way, and banning someone. Who? DW? We had a DW? Who? DW. Don't worry. I'm curious. Don't worry. Oh, yeah, you Dumbledore, I'm sorry, bro. See, you up on the times, man, but like I said, I only know a few acronyms and abbreviations now. But yeah, I didn't notice anything different. I checked it when y'all said y'all changed up the server a little bit. I didn't see anything. Who? Immortalities _ edge. I never met that person. Apparently I was posting in the wrong area for my streams. No, that's all good. Yeah, I just be trying to make sure everything on the up and up. I mean, I know we had somebody come in here last night. I didn't know if that was the reason I asked who. We had somebody, I think it was named Joy and whatnot. I didn't know if there was a issue there. I know I have the Discord like on join and whatnot. No, not them. They're good. Okay. They were trying to call me mean names. Dang. I appreciate that, dog. They wouldn't. If he would have stayed, we would all been cooked. Nah, my friend, he would have been cooked. He's he's not met that side of me, bro. Yeah, I've never met this person, so yeah, I've never met Immortality Edge. I don't think I remember them being in the chat at all either. But no, I gotta go back and see if I can. I can even see like people that's been banned. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah. I mean, honestly, bro, look, I've handled. I mean, y'all gotta remember, I worked as a manager in a fast food restaurant. I'm gonna let you know something. I've been around a lot of personalities, man. A lot of personalities, and it goes either one of two ways. Either you get converted, or you you end up seeing the light, or you don't. You know what I'm saying? So we may just have to part our ways, but you will get the truth out of me. That's for sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember when I promised I'm gonna get the workout, but I'm gonna tell you a quick story. I'll never forget this. What gave me, I wasn't even a manager yet, but what made them say we need to make this a guy manager, there was this lady who used to always come in, and she would get like I worked at Bojangles, so she would always want like a Cajun filet biscuit, right, which is a chicken biscuit. And she would get the biscuit, mind you, we would make this joint hot, fresh for her, because she would always complain, and I heard that, so I made sure we made it fresh for her. And she would say things like it was old, or it was cold, or it was raw, right? Mind you, we have to take the item back. So as we were doing that, I looked at it, I'm like, I went to my manager, I was like, this thing ain't cold or old, it's warm in my hands right now. So I try to give of course they told me to give me another one. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna give her another one because they told me to. And she asking, oh yeah, can y'all just add a sweet potato pie with that? And I looked at her because she had a kid with her and whatnot. I'm like, ma'am, why are you trying to take advantage of us? That was the first thing I said. And I said, two, what example are you setting for this young man over here? He's gonna learn, this is what he's gonna be learning to do. You think that's cool? Mind you, I'm like 19 at the time. Bro, they saw that, man. They was like, yeah, we need to go ahead and get this guy a little bump up, man. Because I remember I just went and asked when I was like, y'all ever moving people up? It's like, yeah, Ronnie, oh yeah, we got classes like a couple weeks. You want to go? We didn't know if you want to go or not. Come on, bro, we've been waiting. But yeah, that was kind of like the moment when I felt that they wanted me there. But yeah, nah, I can call a spade if needed, man. But yeah, I've had people bully us too, man. Especially, I just hate when people try and take advantage of the system and whatnot. But Midnight, what's good with you, dog? Oh, wrong one. We're good. Yeah, nah, I appreciate it. No. Definitely nothing wrong with that, bro. I just wanted to see it and whatnot, because I always like to know what's going on. Keep me in a role. Midnight with a shoulder. Yeah. Nah, I'm good with it, man. Man. So, I can take it. Buckers. We're on a 10 stream streak. Good lord. Perfect. Appreciate that, man. But yeah, since I got everybody in here, we are going to be doing a little bit of a focus stream though. I will be adding, I got some videos of a playlist of things I think you guys might enjoy on the side. If you have questions or anything that I'm doing, leave a note for me and whatnot, so I'm gonna get to it, because I'll try to get to it either in between the stream when I get like a little bit of a break, or by the end of it. We'll still do slice of art, all the good stuff, And yeah, we'll have fun with it. But first video I wanted to show you guys was it why did games look cooler in the 2000s? So I mean, this might just be going for me and Dumbledore and Keyman and whatnot, because I don't know, y'all might think something different, but yeah, I do. My brain, for some reason, psychologically think games was cooler back then. There was just something about the colors and whatnot that brought me in. Like I don't know, there was some type of immersion I was getting. Now it's like maybe 1 or 2 games that do it, but yeah, y'all might feel the same way. But I think we're gonna go ahead and watch this and see what it's about. Let's see here if I can pull it up. Here we go. It was on Dragon Ball Z still. Put it in theater mode. Let's see here. I gotta figure out where it's gonna bonk at. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need it to pull out on. We'll go with B over there. Yeah, there we go. The Thunder Door, man, I really like that. Oh snap, that's a dope name. Thunder Door. Oh, what happened to my... There we go.
If you grew up in the 2000s, you probably remember when games felt cooler. When midnight releases could shut down Times Square. When everything had attitude. It wasn't an accident, and it isn't just nostalgia.
Captain
They had something in
Midnight.
common that modern titles lost. There was a formula that made these games legendary. A secret sauce. They all used the same 5 ingredients, and the first was style.
Oh, dang.
Remember when skateboarding games weren't afraid to look like skateboarding games?
Yeah,
It's
I
no
did.
secret that a
Bro,
lot
I'm
of
telling
modern
you,
releases feel
we right here,
art
man. We
almost
right
like
here.
They're afraid to have their own personality or even stay consistent with their old one. There was a time when you could identify a game just by looking at the water. Now everyone renders it through the same engine. The point is, certain studios have turned decades of progress and billions of dollars into uglier games, and the most heinous is Pokemon. Every few years they make a new one, and with it comes an onslaught of criticism. This is especially true for Legend ZA, which has been compared to and completely mocked by Sonic the Hedgehog for the PlayStation 3. Most point to the flat PNGs duct taped to the side of buildings, and the city's repetitive layout. It gets even more complicated when you remember that's the only location in the game. That's right, the hunt begins and ends in government-sanctioned wild zones. They already do this in real life. We've even got PvP battle zones at shopping centers and train stations. Pokemon has never been known for its graphics, but there's clearly something going on here. Comparatively, their best titles from the 2000s were simple but cohesive. Everything from the environments to the sprites was vibrant and heavily stylized. More importantly, the simplicity made sense. The games looked complete within the limits of their hardware because the art direction embraced those limits. On the other hand, the art direction for the new games isn't consistent or polished enough to be passable within the medium. 3D has a much higher ceiling and expectations are still through the roof. They've ended up in this awkward limbo where they're taking the worst from both worlds. The Pokemon are dulled down to look more realistic, but they still freeze and dissolve instead of flying away. I feel like it'd be infinitely better to pick a lane and stick to it, even at the cost of realism. That being said, the game is surprisingly fun, and I'll say the same for the new Skate title, which has faced even more outrage online. When the original dropped in 2007, it presented skateboarding through a gritty documentary-style lens. They wanted the games to feel like a street part filmed with a shaky handheld camera. Sure enough, combined with the presence of real-life pros and a grounded storyline, it captured skateboarding culture in a way that its competitors couldn't. The next 2 titles kept this identity alive, or at least occasionally alluded to it. They knew what they were and they did it well. However, in 2025, we got this. Sanitized, corporate, devoid of almost any references to skateboarding culture. Of course, there's an item shop, and if you pay $70 for the Founders version, you get 3 in-game t-shirts. I've bought more in real life for less money. I'm sure you're sick of hearing about the Fortnite effect, but it really looks like Fortnite. The worst thing is, it's painfully obvious why they did this. By abandoning the aesthetics and cultural references of the originals, they appeal to a much broader audience. You don't need any prior knowledge to get it. And that's fine, the game is a lot of fun, and it's nice to see more people involved. But it'll never be cool. At least not in the same way as the earlier entries. Getting a more realistic peek into skateboarding was intriguing, especially if you didn't understand it. They didn't feel soulless because they chose a style and committed to it unapologetically. This certainly has a style, but it's got fuck all to do with a game called Skate and everything to do with a game called Money. Anyway, style alone doesn't explain why older games felt cooler. There's something studios always miss when remastering games from the 2000s. The atmosphere. It's easily the most important ingredient, and I'll tell you why. For me, it all starts with the environments. In the 2000s, every second title had jungles and temples, tropical beaches, an obligatory snow map with penguins. It placed a focus on exploration and adventure, which was reflected in the heavy hitters at the time. Games like Tomb Raider, Halo, and Far Cry all had you trudging through dense tropical jungles and ruins. But it wasn't just the types of locations that made the atmosphere so strong. It was the variety. Believe it or not, Halo used to have more than one biome. In 3, you were taken through deserts, rainforests, alien ships overrun by the flood. By the end of the game, you really feel like you've gone on a journey, a great journey even. This might be a weird take, but despite its linear structure, it actually feels more open to me than an open world game. With Halo Infinite, you're free to explore everything, but if you just turn around, you'll realize you've already seen it. The scale is smaller. On the other hand, giving us snapshots of diverse biomes and environments makes it feel like we're simply getting glimpses into a much larger universe. The war doesn't just start and end when you log in, but where Halo made war feel endless, Call of Duty made it feel immediate. The earlier titles had an unmistakable atmosphere that left a permanent mark on gaming history. I don't care about how they fumbled it, I think that's pretty clear by now, but I do want to know how they built it to begin with. What made mere menu screens so iconic and missions so memorable? Well, let's go back to 2008. World at War releases as the 5th installment in the franchise. Again, it's set during World War II, only this time you're fighting through the Pacific Theater and Eastern Front. They just happen to be 2 of the most brutal and dehumanizing battlegrounds of the war. The game immediately reminds you of this, setting a tone that remains for the entire story. You burn down villages, crawl through jungles, wake up in a pile of bodies being picked apart by crows. The atmosphere is dramatic and desperate, and the game fully commits to this. The tone isn't broken by colorful pop-ups, ads, or menus trying to funnel you into their battle royale mode. Like, this is the start screen. It tells you exactly what you're in for, and if you still don't get it, the music does the rest. It's not epic and heroic, it's bleak and haunting. And that's before you translate it. This consistency is why many people credit World at War with the darkest atmosphere in the franchise. And it's exactly what the modern titles are missing. Atmosphere also comes from aesthetics though, and there's a few that defined the era. If you played a lot of PS2 games, you likely remember horror grunge. Coined by Evan Collins, the term describes a graphic design style that was popular from the late 90s to the early 2000s. Look at Siren, Postal, Fatal Frame, or even Resident Evil. They combined grungy elements and textures with rust orange highlights to create chaotic and disturbing visuals. Again, this was consistent across everything, from the cover art to the menu screens. At no point are you taken out of the experience. The aesthetic was cool because it was almost comically edgy. Things looked a little dirty, diseased. It wasn't trying to be subtle. And neither was the biohazard green aesthetic. Out of all the console giants in the 2000s, Xbox couldn't have picked a better color. The world was obsessed with this radioactive palette, and it's since become synonymous with the era. Mountain Dew, the Xbox loading screen, limited edition Halo console from 2002. You see this green obsession all over older Brother Core edits, where they show old tech, clothing, and energy drinks. I don't know why it was so popular, but as always, it probably had something to do with The Matrix. Its use of neon green to represent hacking and futuristic tech was emblematic of what the decade considered cool. Add a layer of glowing toxic sludge and things get even better. Overall, each aesthetic was turned up to 11. They were chaotic, grating. They contributed to the atmosphere of games by giving each one a strong visual identity. And let's be real, this never stopped looking cool, and neither did this. But what happens when a game's atmosphere was built using techniques that don't exist anymore? What if that's the reason these games can never be replicated? We've seen this sort of phenomenon before. Many older games look better on CRT monitors because they soften and blend the edges between pixels. There's a similar visual illusion happening here too, something you might not have noticed in some of your favorite games. We'll find out what's going on here right after a quick word from today's sponsor. This message is sponsored by Raycon. In 3 words, their essential open earbuds are lightweight, comfortable, and affordable. Their open ear design delivers crystal clear sound and doesn't stop you from hearing what's going on around you. I use these myself, and thanks to their secure rotating ear hook, I've found them perfect for activities like the gym. And it gets better. No need to worry about sweat or rainy commutes. The essential open earbud is IPX5 waterproof. I've found that across every scenario, these have been ready to go right out of the case, which naturally stores 36 hours of charge. That's multiple days worth of tunes for your workouts and workdays. Black Friday is around the corner, and Raycon audio products are up to 30% off site-wide. From everyday essentials to the latest releases, it's the perfect time to upgrade your sound or get ahead on gifting. These early deals won't last long, so shop now before they're gone. Just click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/extraytopen to get up to 30% off during Raycon's Black Friday and Cyber Monday sale. That's buyraycon.com/extraytopen. Anyway, all of the games I'm showing here are using the same graphical trick, or illusion. It's a method that practically vanished after the 2000s. If you haven't already guessed, the one thing they have in common is pre-rendered backgrounds. Each is handcrafted and overflowing with details, as if a painting were to come to life. But it wasn't purely an artistic choice. At the time, rendering such detailed environments in-game was out of the question. I mean, most FPS games were still hiding their low draw distance with fog, so they had to get creative to show anything but pop-ins and polygons. The solution was a blend of isometric angles and pre-cooked shadows, allowing them to create depth and scale without destroying your PC. Someone sat down and drew or modeled every thatched roof and tree trunk in this scene. It's a level of detail that easily holds up today, and it didn't last for long. By the mid-2000s, real-time rendering had finally found its footing, and the AAA scene jumped ship the second it became redundant. If you're looking for modern games with backgrounds that look anything like this, you'll only really find them amongst indie developers. Games like Pillars of Eternity. Pre-rendered backgrounds are far from the worst fatality in the AAA space though. Lately, I've seen a wave of videos pointing out how age-old features are being quietly cut under our noses. Or worse, repackaged and marketed as new developments. Kind of like how split screen became a genre of game and not just the industry standard. My favorite bonus feature these days is basic optimization. In the 2000s, they had this down to a T. Ratchet & Clank was getting 60 FPS on the PlayStation 2. That's double what Pokemon was getting 2 decades later. Yes, it's open world and almost looks better, but when you can't hit such basic benchmarks, perhaps it's time to look back and take notes. Maybe lean into the dark arts they used to use to pull it off. Get some fog in there if you have to. Or better yet, focus on crafting smaller, denser environments, not empty pixelated expanses. Looking closer at gameplay is even more confusing. It's like as long as the graphics are marginally better, nothing else matters. Problem is, this quest to make games look as realistic as possible is at the cost of features that make them feel alive. Like dynamic destruction. When was the last time you crashed a car and the hood crumpled up or the bumper went flying? It's insane to me that this level of detail is just as novel today as it was in the 2000s. Compare Battlefield Bad Company 2 to Battlefield 6. Sure, the latter looks better, but the way buildings collapse and crumble in Bad Company holds up a little too well. It doesn't feel like a 15-year difference. Even coding AI is somehow a Herculean task for modern studios. How can any AAA title ship with enemies that don't seek cover or pathfind properly? When the Flood first appeared in Halo CE, they weren't scary because each tentacle was rendered in 4K. It was because they were inescapable. They'd traverse walls, doorways, and even dead bodies to get to you. Simply walking behind an object or leaving the area didn't guarantee survival. This isn't the industry standard, and it takes the edge off a lot of encounters in, say, horror games. Who cares how terrifying someone looks if they're traversally challenged? Keep in mind, I'm not suggesting these features were always implemented seamlessly in the 2000s. That isn't the point. The point is, they were there. They were ambitious. The industry felt more exciting because every year we got new mechanics, ideas, possibilities. Our only mistake was thinking they'd stick around. So far, we've covered style, atmosphere, and lost features. However, we still haven't covered the most unhinged part of 2000s games: the advertising. And I'm not just talking about the bizarre brand deals and campaigns of the 2000s. After all, promotion begins when you first lay eyes on a game. Developers have a single rectangle to sell you the world, and they don't make them like they used to. When I think of iconic box art, almost every example that jumps to mind is from the 2000s. The Halo trilogy, Kingdom Hearts, the Xbox and PlayStation 2 had legendary lineups. Just look at the distressed fonts and visuals of the Silent Hill games. They create this ominous vibe that perfectly captures the experience of playing them. Designers were obsessed with dark blues, chrome and edgy typography. Of course, we still get some clean box art, but it doesn't have the same raw energy as it used to. It also doesn't matter as much anymore. When was the last time you went to an EB Games with a gift card and bought a physical copy? The marketplace used to be shelves. Cover art needed to compete for your attention. If something was placed next to Halo 2, it was practically invisible. Today, however, everything's digital and box art is much less likely to
That's how I got an
purchase.
attention.
What can still influence it is
It's
brand
literally the
deals.
art.
Now, I dug through the 2000s and found what I believe to be the strangest and most legendary partnerships in gaming history. At number 5, we have EverQuest x Pizza Hut. And this was a genuinely groundbreaking idea. Typing /pizza in chat would open up a web portal where you could order one for real. Honestly, I'm surprised we don't see this more often. It seems like a
Dang, I forgot
no-brainer,
about
but
that.
to my knowledge, games haven't done something like this for a long time. Number 4 is one of many bangers from Burger King. Yes,
Yeah,
this
Burger
did drop in
King.
99,
Yeah, I was just
but I have to mention the
remember
gold
that.
Pokemon cards. They came with a certificate of authenticity
Ooh-wee.
and did have a thin layer of gold plating. Coming in third is a Halo 3 two-piece. Literally. Legend has it, less than 100 of these pinstriped suits were awarded to employees who sold the most pre-orders. I don't know if it counts as a tie-in though, so I'm also giving third place to the Halo 3 Pontiac. Its whereabouts and even existence is somewhat dubious, but there's enough evidence to suggest it's probably out there. If you have any idea where this ended up, please reach out to me on Instagram. Either way, number 2 has to be the one and only Nike Bionicles. Technically not a gaming collab, but there were Bionicle games at the time, so
the
it's
line, you
here
probably
anyway.
know that one.
While there are a couple floating around on
I
eBay,
know
I can
about that.
almost guarantee they'd disintegrate after minutes of wear. And that's why first place is a tie between the Halo 3 Burger King Cup and Mountain Dew. Combining these would be like drinking from the Holy Grail. Each sip would grant you another day in 2007. You know what else used to be peak? Collector's editions. You couldn't get away with just slapping together some digital bonuses. We got night vision goggles, helmets. Black Ops had a prestige edition that came with a working RCXD. It only had about 50% of the original's functionality, but come on. Studios really understood their fan base. They knew what people wanted. Comparatively, many modern collector's editions don't even bother including a physical copy. Why make a nice steelbook case if it holds nothing but a code and memories of simpler times? In the 2000s, all of these elements fused together to create the perfect blend of marketing herbs and spices. The ads, collaborations,
Like I
collector's
said,
editions.
herbs.
Their targeted and chaotic energy helped make game launches feel like events. You don't have to believe me, just go check out what midnight
Hey,
releases.
Dragon Ball Z
The only
had.
game I could
I
see
don't know if you
getting
guys remember
close is
Dragon Ball Z
GTA
had those
6.
little like silver and gold figures at Burger
With
King.
that
Burger
being
King used
said,
to be
I
the
reckon I
spot
found
for
the
getting
last
good toys,
ingredient.
man.
When talking about why older games
couldn't
looked
afford them
and
back
felt
then, just go to
cooler,
Burger
there's one
King.
subject I rarely see
They-
people discuss.
oh, they
It's not
can't-
surprising
they don't
because
do it
it
like
has
they used
nothing to
to.
do with graphics.
That's why they be
gameplay,
saying I don't care about the
music,
kids
or
like that,
pricing.
man.
In fact, a lot of people watching this might not remember it at all. You see, the internet has significantly changed how we experience video games. We know all about them years before they're even announced. Lore is explained in hour-long iceberg videos, and there's Easter egg guides on day one. This is all well and good, but it made me realize how much mystery games used to have. There was certain knowledge that you could only get from magazines, forums, or word of mouth, and in my opinion, there was a lot of value in that. There's something to be
was,
said
man.
about the importance of not knowing how to do something, or even how to feel about it. Any puzzle or minor frustration now can be solved in 30 seconds by a YouTube short. You aren't
Not even that,
encouraged to
ChatGPT,
explore and
bro,
figure
like
stuff out
2
yourself.
seconds now.
Things are pretty black and white now too, particularly when discussing the quality of a new release. You'll see two sides immediately form and dominate public opinion. Large commentary channels pick up on this and get out a 10-minute video called "The Blank Situation is Crazy," or "Blank is never coming back from this." It's a green light for everyone who hasn't bought the game to start roasting anyone that has. Then there's the opposite end of the spectrum with people vehemently defending billion-dollar companies. I guess what I'm trying to say is we've lost that middle ground, that space between knowing everything and knowing nothing. It was a pretty cool place to be because it also allowed rumors and legends to exist. Stuff like Mew under the truck, or or Luigi in Mario 64. They weren't as easily disproven because you didn't have YouTubers and data miners constantly combing through files for evidence. My favorite was always the San Andreas Bigfoot. There were hundreds of videos of alleged sightings, for the most part being nothing more than a couple pixels and the X-Files theme. Surprisingly, a bunch of people still swear by its existence. I found like 20 different people while researching that claim to have either seen, killed, or been killed by the San An Sasquatch. If you've had a similar experience in a game before and encountered something unexplainable, drop a comment or share it in the Discord. Joining, subscribing, it's all completely free. Anyway, the only thing better than fan theories were the mysteries left by developers themselves. Easter eggs that took years to crack or remain unsolved. One of the most legendary and longest running are the glyphs in Halo 3 ODST. First discovered by accident, players noticed a series of recurring symbols scattered across the city. Many were invisible under normal conditions, only appearing when activating your visor. This wasn't just pattern recognition and rumors though. The devs confirmed their significance on multiple occasions, hinting at a deeper story. What followed was a decade-long hunt that has only recently slowed down. I won't say much more than that, but Rocket Sloth's coverage is really interesting. Whatever the case, it's clear that gaming has changed a lot over the past few decades, and even the past few years. I do get the sense that things have plateaued, and I think the industry knows this too. Look at how many studios are surviving off nostalgia alone. With 7 Black Ops titles, Call of Duty is almost as bad as EA Sports. Halo is looking at yet another remaster of their first game. Honestly, making the same thing 3 times might just be their most groundbreaking contribution to modern gaming. That is, if you forget about Pokemon. In fairness, there's a lot the industry could take from the past. They could spice up the advertising, commit more to their identity and atmosphere. This doesn't mean endlessly remaking the same games. It means understanding what made them work and bringing that same passion and energy to new releases. To me, it's pretty clear what made 2000s gaming legendary. Developers used hardware limitations to their advantage, investing time into crafting unique art styles and atmosphere. Advertising and aesthetics were actually targeted towards the people that played the games. And when you really tear it down to its finest parts, that's exactly why games looked cooler in the 2000s.
Food, water, atmosphere. Yeah, it was pretty much it.
I loved animated movies. My family didn't have cable, so the DVD player was all I had, outside of early Netflix. And since DVDs were, and still are, pretty pricey, I'd usually end up finding a movie I liked enough, or convince myself I did, then watch that same movie over and over and over again until every line of dialogue was ingrained into my cranium. One of these movies happened to be the 2006 film Arthur and the Invisibles, which up until a few weeks ago, I look back on rather fondly. I'd even go a step further and say I loved this goddamn movie. The world building was dope. Arthur, the main dude, was a badass. It had some good action scenes. The love interest was a baddie. The ratings are just flat out wrong. It was an amazing movie. Well, that's how I remembered it, at least. You see, something recently reminded my brain that this movie existed. I don't know what, but I was curious enough to see how it held up. And wow, what a grave mistake that was. Ultimately destroying a cherished childhood memory of mine.
It's all coming back, you understand? I don't like it. I don't like to think about it.
As well as the trust of a couple of my buddies, who I convinced to view it with me, telling them it was on the level of Kung Fu Panda. It was not. Arthur Invisible, this character that I thought for years was this brave hero, ended up being a pervert.
Yeah.
He's a little hornball that doesn't believe in the concept of consent. He's a grab first, ask questions later type of guy. And it's not just him, I tell you. Every character in this movie should be put on some sort of list. The tagline on the DVD should have been, no matter the age or size, never take no for an answer. Some shit like that. That seemed to be the key message the creators wanted you to take away after viewing this thing.
Bro,
and it all starts to make sense when you realize who the dynamic duo is behind the making of this thing. Weinstein, the cretin on the left, you know he's a scumbag, but the fella on the right you may not be aware of. This is the director, Lou Besson. To put it mildly, he's a French fuck. At 29 years old, he started scouting his soon-to-be second wife, Mawen Aranahida Labesco.
Dang.
She was 12 at the time. 3 years later, they started dating when she turned 15 and he was 32.
No, not too much. Should have a seat right on the stool there.
Then a year later, he got her pregnant and they got married
This is nasty.
when she was 16 and he was 33.
This
Ew.
is nasty,
And since
bro.
he's been accused of all sorts of yucky and horrible acts by multiple other women, he's a sack of shit. And together with Weinstein, they formed the Dynamic Diddlers. The duo behind one of my favorite movies growing up. This is some soul-crushing shit. And with that intro out of the way, let me break down what exactly makes Arthur and the Invisibles the freakiest kids movie I've ever seen. 3 words that
for real.
should not be next to each other. The movie
been sitting here
begins
trying
with
to
a
keep the
pretty
reload
cliche
on.
intro.
Hey,
The
bro,
book
it's all
opens,
good,
we
man.
get a little narration from Arthur's missing grandfather, who lies straight to our faces, telling us that this movie begins in Africa when it does not. This is bumfuck Connecticut, and the year is 1960. The camera zooms in on Arthur's grandma yelling out his name, and we get a title card. The original name of the movie, Arthur in the Minimoys, which makes way more sense than Arthur and the Invisibles. For one, these little shits aren't invisible. They're very small. They're the size of a tooth, but if you look close enough, you can see these little shits. We're introduced to Arthur, who's fascinated with the work his grandfather did in Africa, and for some reason he's British when nobody else in his family seems to be. Also, today is his 10th birthday, so he and Granny ride into their little minority-free town so she can get him a cake. Where are Arthur's parents, you may ask? They really don't give a damn about him.
Fuck you, kid. You're adopted.
That's why he's got something to
Dang.
prove, you see. But Granny sure is pretty cool at least.
Sorry for the
Very
language, yo.
wholesome stuff. That night she puts him to bed with stories of the work his grandfather did for this tribe of tall ass dudes, the Bogo Mantis Salai, who paid him for his work in rubies. The Bogo and Gramps were also homies with this tribe of short stacks called the Minimoys, who were hella small but not invisible. Granny shows Arthur a picture of this tribe's princess, giving him his first stiffy.
Shabuya roll call.
For obvious reasons, Granny doesn't actually believe in any of this bullshit. For one, it all came from her alcoholic missing husband. But Arthur, after seeing the baddest bitch he's ever seen, becomes determined to find these little people. And the next morning when this shitbag building contractor rolls up with papers to take Granny's house and the land surrounding in the next 48 hours so he can put up condos, if Gramps isn't back to sign his documents and pay back the debts they owe, Arthur locks in to find these little people even more so. Why not pay back the debts with the rubies, you might ask? Well, his drunk grandfather, before dipping 3 years prior, hid them somewhere in the yard where not a soul could find them. So while Granny gets real, attempting to sell off Gramps' African collection for some real bankroll, Arthur comes across his map that reveals that the Minimoys now live in Granny's garden. Gramps brought him back from Africa in a suitcase, I guess. That night he finds Grandpa's hidden riddle written directly for him, giving him the list of steps he needs to follow to reach the Minimoys. Unfortunately, these steps only work every few years, but it's a kids movie, so that once every few years happens to be this
today.
specific night. Of course. Why Gramps didn't address this to his adult wife? Probably because it was the 1960s. Plus, the man is clearly a moron. So that night after Granny tucks him in, he sneaks out attempting to get into Grandpa's study. But he's caught almost immediately. And Granny, knowing that he's up to some shenanigans, threatens to drug him with sleeping drops, but ultimately just locks him in his room. Maybe she isn't so awesome. But Arthur is not one to take no for an answer. He escapes out of his second story window with a sheet rope and gets his lick back, grabbing a fishing pole from the shed to knock her whole bottle of sleeping drops into her glass of water, sedating her instantaneously.
That's messed up, bro.
Dude drugged his grandma, taking a page right out of the Cosby Diddy book of drink making. Except I don't think they ever drugged their own grandmas. But he's the good guy, right? He's just trying to save her house. He follows all Gramps' steps, crashes Granny's car into a tree. The BOGO Salai roll up, and wow. Whoever did their fit designs gotta be a racist. Don't you think? Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. They help add the finishing touches to the portal, which opens up to reveal a ginger elf thing. Played by Jimmy Fallon. Yes, that Jimmy Fallon.
That is fantastic!
AKA Beta Mesh. I'm just gonna refer to him the rest of the time as Fallon though, because he definitely fit this role.
What are you talking about, young man? Are you a practical joker like your grandfather?
This is no joke, Mr. Bettermesh.
Arthur's able to convince Fallon to shrink him down to Minimoy size. He hops in the portal. Then Fallon plays his favorite late night talk show trick, convincing Arthur to crush himself to death. Ah, classic Jimmy. Just kidding. Now he's all animated. And first impressions, I would say it holds up pretty well. Some of the characters in the background will look a little off at times.
Hey, what's good?
To other movies coming out
What's
in
good,
2006, like Monster House or that one with the talking baseball bat. This looks pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Fallon leads Arthur to the center of town, where the fine-ass Princess Selenia, the lady Arthur was gooning to earlier, voiced by Madonna, is trying to pull a sword out of a stone. She does not succeed.
It's moving. I have it. I can feel it.
So with a break in the action, Arthur pulls up after getting sexualized by multiple women in the crowd, and also Fallon.
Nice.
He's 10 years old, I remind you. Makes his introduction to the king, voiced by Robert De Niro. He learns about the big bad of this movie, Malthazar, aka the Evil M, who his grandpa went to visit in search of the rubies and never returned. I remind you, not only was his grandpa the idiot that hid these rubies, he was also the one to bring all these little people back from Africa. Meaning he knowingly brought back an evil tyrant for the hell of it.
Bruh.
He's the literal cause of every problem in this movie. I say let him rot. Then the exposition dump is interrupted by a knock at the front gate. It appears just to be some sickly looking dude, but Arthur can see right through the bullshit. That right there is a trap. Selenia completely ignores his observation, giving him sass.
Here, make yourself useful.
This is the first time in my life that I've been provoked to hit a woman.
And guess what? It's a trap. A bunch of Malthazar's goons have pulled up riding mosquitoes. And because of her, hundreds are killed in the bombings that proceed. But the Minimoys are no chumps, managing to fend off the goons with all sorts of defenses set up. Tomato catapults, booby traps, Fallon's horny little cotton ball things.
Stay with me, guys. I'm
Why
saving
is
time.
everything in this movie gotta be horny? Not gonna lie, this part's
Don't worry
pretty
about
sick
it.
though.
Don't worry about it if I'm tricks or not. It's cool. Promise. Saving time.
All right, they're kind of cooked here. Arthur does his fair share as well, taking out multiple guys, most of it pure luck. But it sure is enough to impress King De Niro, who starts suggesting to his daughter to get with Arthur.
He'd make a good partner for
Father,
you.
I'm old enough to look after myself.
Forget it.
Come on now, De Niro. He's even too young for the director. And now with only a few guys left, Selenia and Arthur team up to fend them off. Initially they struggle, but the tides change when Arthur manages to pull the magical sword from the stone, deeming him pure of heart. We'll see the purity of that heart in a little bit here. He then goes on to violate the last of them. And with the kingdom saved and him being the chosen one, everyone's given Arthur MVP chance. Even whatever the hell this thing is. Well, everyone except Selenia. He stole her whole flow. She was supposed to be the chosen one. Now her dad wants him accompanying her to go fight this evil M and find the rubies? Hell nah. But his unspoken Riz manages to tame her for the time being. And just like that, Arthur, Selenia, and Fallon set off on their journey. In the real world, Granny miraculously wakes up from her grandson's roofing, stale, faded, not even noticing that her bedroom door is on the floor. The big three, after walking for a bit, roll up to the Minimoy airport, where Selenia extorts the old man flight operator for tickets.
We didn't ask you for the moon. We asked for 3 tickets to Necropolis. Is that clear enough?
Wait, did she say
people sure are some heroes, all right? Granny eventually sobers up and discovers that Arthur is gone. But she does hear him scream when his walnut transportation device is launched.
I don't know if Keeman having issues right now. I didn't know he had issues on the stream.
At peak altitude, a bee knocks him out of the sky.
I think he went to go get dinner, if I'm not mistaken.
They crash land and piss off a worm that launches them into a ravine.
Divot here since he's sitting down.
I like it much better when it stops.
Arthur cuts them free, revealing that they're now in a stream, separated, and heading towards a waterfall. And to make matters worse, Minimoys can't swim. So Arthur has to clutch up. He does some cardio and finds his way back onto the siblings' half of the walnut. And all he gets is more sass.
Oh, great. So instead of the 2 of us drowning, now all 3 of us can drown together.
Who's gonna drown, Selenia?
She's kind of awful. So in response, he gropes her. Yep. That's what I said.
Good idea.
Whoa.
Because we're gonna die doesn't mean you can start taking liberties. Are you
sure? He explains his reason for doing so is to use the lace from her bra to make a rope so they can escape, but she still understandably doesn't really like the idea.
I'm not so sure about this idea of yours.
But you know.
Reasons. Huh?
Movie. Second time's a charm. They even got the poor woman covering her cleavage with one hand while climbing the rope with the other.
Yeah,
who animated this? The little perv even suggests removing the hand so he can get a peep.
Hold on with both hands.
Absolutely no way.
Credit where it's due, I guess. The idea worked. They all survived, but really, this is what y'all came up with? This movie is supposed to be for children.
Maybe Mr. Fantastic can return my lace now.
Was this something they found amusing back in the year 2006? Ain't no way.
Yeah, I was 16, so these type of movies didn't appeal to me.
And now exhausted from their hectic time on the stream, they begin looking for a place to sleep for the night, where we learn from Fallon that these Minimoys don't age like humans.
My birthday.
How old are you?
I'm 300 years old. Only another 60 years, I will be a grown-up.
How old's Selenia then?
Almost 1,000 years old.
1,000 years old?
Oh yes, the age of reason. It's her birthday in 2 days.
And if you haven't guessed already, spoiler, Arthur and Selenia end up together. Did nobody stop and think there was something wrong with this? 990 years? For comparison, this age gap is more than 19 times larger than Bill Belichick and his current girlfriend. This gotta be the largest age gap in cinematic history. And you factor in the ages of the 2 voice actors playing these characters? Selenia finds a suitable flower and makes the most comfortable bed I've ever seen. As a kid, I remember wanting this to be my bed, understandably. It's got Fallon out like a light. And with only Arthur and the princess now awake, it's Riz o'clock. He tries his absolute best. She confirms that in 2 days, she will in fact be 1,000 years old. And in that time, she needs to find a husband. So Arthur makes it very clear that he wants to be that guy. He wants to be hubby. He wants to crack. He wants to make kids with her, but she's playing hardball, only making Arthur want her more. This kid is a freak. Why is he looking at her like that? He's 10. He needs to chill out. Even how he's sleeping is just wild. Head to ass is crazy work. Is little man trying to catch a whiff? Is he not aware of pink eye? Guess he's only got 2 days, so he needs to make an
His
impression.
commentary is
And
sending
this
me, bro.
continues into the next morning, with Selenia waking with Arthur's arm around her, spooning her. She is not a fan. But just like his makers, Arthur does not take no for an answer. The big three hit the road and come across Arthur's irrigation system that he built earlier in the movie when he was still big, which the Malfazarians are now taking the straws from, seemingly for some evil plan. Artie gets the bright idea to cop a ride in one of the straws, hoping the goons will take it back to Malfazar's lair, but instead, they just end up back in a stream,
Here we go again.
headed towards another waterfall. And with no shame once again, Arthur asked for Selenia's bra lace.
Give me back your lace.
Absolutely no way.
At least this time he asked. Improvement. They survive the fall and are found by Jamaican Sway Lee, who takes them to Snoop Dogg's club. No, I'm serious. This dude is voiced by Snoop Dogg.
Mega discreet, like you said.
He's got a Rasta beanie on. They all get faded together off some Bugs mystery fluid, of course.
Long live the Seven Kingdoms.
Long live the Seven Kingdoms.
Bro, I did not expect this. Yeah, this movie was wild.
Snoop, realizing who Selenia is, tries making a move of his own, and initially, it works.
Certainly.
Even though he is nasty looking, and his fit is not helping with that. All he's got on is a flap that covers cock and ass. So understandably, seeing his girl get taken by this dude has Arthur in shambles, questioning life. But this doesn't last long, because a second later, an older Malfazarian gentleman sits down at his table, starts complimenting his looks, and offering him drinks, very clearly trying to take advantage of him.
What's a good-looking kid like you doing in front of an empty glass?
Well, if it wasn't empty, you couldn't fill it up, could you?
Jesus Christ, the kid's an idiot.
What? Meanwhile, Selenia isn't doing much better. Snoop Dogg's getting a little too handsy for her liking and dropping the most insane set of lines that I've ever heard in a kid's movie.
Thanks.
I like to help out. Besides which, things are pretty tame right now. I only have 7 wives.
Wow, 7 wives. That must take a lot out of you.
I like hard work. I can work night and day, 7 days a week, and I never get tired.
Wonderful.
For obvious reasons, this gives her the ick, but she doesn't ditch Snoop until she notices that Arthur is about to sign his life away to this diddler who's got him absolutely fried off of his ass.
So, where do I sign?
Anywhere you like. It doesn't like it.
Who the fuck came up with this? Why is any of this needed in a kid's movie? There is no chance that dynamic diddlers didn't have a hand in this. Selenia does.
Yeah, I just I recently upgraded my PC and that helped out a lot. I'm at a mid tier currently, and that made a big difference. You know, for me to get like a high tier, I gotta upgrade my CPU, my storage now, and I'm probably my motherboard. But
good save, movie. Good save.
I'm pretty good on my memory, and I'm pretty good on my graphics right now.
Also, she claims she came out of her mom looking exactly how she is now.
Were you a little girl like the other little girls in my neighborhood?
No, I was born as I am.
That must mean Fallon is her half brother. No way mom survived that. And right when all finally seems calm and good, Malfazar's son Darko strolls in. killing one of Sway Lee's brothers. He spots Selenia and tries spitting some game.
Just dropped in for a dance.
Ah, well then, let's dance.
But she shoots him down in possibly the meanest way possible.
Douglas, sweetheart, I would rather
Die than dance with you.
Oh, this is my command, princess.
And a big battle breaks out. The big three fight off his gang on the record player. I have no clue how Snoop and Sway managed to get this thing in here, but it's a fun scene. They dance fight the goons for a few minutes until they are eventually outnumbered.
Charge my body.
Only managing to escape when Snoop has the light shut off. Billy takes them through a side door and points them down a dark path that he says will lead them right to Malfazar's lair, who it turns out lives right under Granny's house, who is awakened by a knock at her door. It's Arthur's parents, who actually want to see him for once. Aww. But she has to let him know that dude dipped to look for treasure.
What treasure?
Making these greedy fucks immediately forget that their son exists. They start digging themselves.
I'm sure Arthur will be right back. He just took a little time off, that's all.
Is this supposed to be funny? Haha, look how horrible Arthur's parents are. So funny. Jumping back to the big three. They climb down a hole leading right to Malfazar's lair. Selenia, believing she's gotta be the one to take out the Big M, tries ditching them. Arthur starts following her, so she threatens his life. But deep down, she's actually flattered that he cares so much. Aww. And after a little back and forth, she asks for him to look after the kingdom if she were to die, confusing the hell out of him.
What?
Then she kisses him, bounding them by marriage. Because for some reason in this world, kissing anyone automatically means you're wed. And I don't even want to know what that little ear flutter means. Then she leaves. And just like that, he's the king.
Huh?
Literally 5 minutes ago, she was ready to choose Dick Flap over him, who she just met. I assume she came to the realization that she wasn't gonna find anybody else in a day, even if he did grope her that one time. You see that, guys? Never take no for an answer. Eventually, she has to say yes. Then Darkos throws them in prison. And now it's time to meet this hyped up Malfazar voiced by David Bowie. The whole movie, they got the Voldemort thing going. Everybody's afraid to say his name. He's supposed to be this really evil dude. His design's pretty good. He looks both scary and gross. He eats a bug. That's pretty yucky. Selenia accuses him of genocide and enslaving people. Not very good stuff. So how does he respond to this? He goes into self-pity and exposition mode, talking about how he got sick, he turned ugly, and how his life went to shit. Boo hoo hoo. Why does she care? Why is she listening to him? Just put him out of his misery. That's what you came here to do. He's got no weapon. His back is turned. You would be doing him a favor. He is clearly miserable. But instead, she just calls him out on his BS, which is pretty funny. You see, the real reason he got sick and turned ugly was because he started banging a beetle.
What?
Ew.
Silence!
And of course, he deflects how any man would after getting called out for banging the chuz.
I was drunk.
Ain't no way. This dude is so unserious. Then he has the gall to start moving in on Selenia, trying to wife her up, talking about watching her blossom and shit.
She whom I have watched blossom like a delicate flower.
Ew. The dude is also a groomer. Add him to the list. And he's not too happy to find out that she married Arthur, having his goons take her away. She had all the time in the world to kill him. She even had the OP sword. I'm sorry, but embarrassing him was not worth it. She choked.
You blew it!
Arthur and Fallon are thrown into a cell with some old dude, who turns out to be Arthur's missing grandpa.
Grandpa!
Selenia soon after joins, and we get some Padme Anakin level romantic dialogue from the two lovebirds.
Look at me. Only yesterday I was just a small lonely kid, and today, well, I married a princess.
A happy princess. Because she's finally found her Prince Charming.
How much
Oh
how much
my God,
RAM
thank
you got?
Jimmy Fallon. I never thought I would have to say that. Darkos then brings them to Malfazar's throne, which happens to be the ruby they've been after. He flaunts his master plan, which is using Arthur's straws to cause a flood to wipe out all the Minimoys.
We both
See,
had, I think we
that's
both had
pretty
the same
sinister.
CPU. I got
But
a
then he lets them go.
5600G.
And even
my,
allows Arthur to speak to the enslaved light operator, who's the missing son of one of the old dudes from earlier. Arthur gives the squirrel his bust down and tells him to use the lights to reveal the base's position at precisely noon. So when he's big again, he can come back and fuck their shit up. Balthazar gives them a 3-minute head start before starting this flood.
3 minutes.
And they set off, getting as far as they possibly can before Gramps' back gives out.
Oh, my back!
It's over. GG. But luckily for them, they are bailed out when Arthur realizes they're right below the drain that the rich dude kicked his toy car down. They quickly flip it over, and like a true gentleman, Arthur opens Selenia's passenger side door, W hubby, so he can get a nice clean look at her ass. Of course. Just another insane shot, no biggie. Darkos releases the
That's
water,
crazy,
which
bro.
they barely get ahead of.
This is like the
Arthur
movie
whips
Ants
that
in a
hoe
way a
like
little
his
bit, but
grandpa
Ants was
12
not a
years
kids
deep,
movie.
somehow steering a toy. I'm nitpicking now, let's ignore that. Arthur's mom, who's been digging all goddamn night, hears him screaming underground. She mentions this to the dad, who thinks she's losing her goddamn mind.
Great, now you're hearing voices just like Joan of Arc did.
As she's talking, the BOGO roll up behind him, and she has a heart attack after seeing her first black person. The dad's heart almost gives out as well. I guess they're just camped out in the woods for the last 2 days. You know, normal stuff. The car unfortunately gives out just a few feet before the gate, meaning they gotta sprint the rest of the way. Just managing to make it through and close it before any water gets through. And everyone's all happy to see each other. Very wholesome. Granny, the only normal person in this movie, is going through the feely wheelies thinking about her lost husband and grandson. Until she's interrupted by Arthur's father rushing in, who's absolutely terrified. Of what? The black people, of course.
What is wrong?
Out there.
What's out there? Five what?
Black.
This movie really has it all.
Hurry, go. Don't leave here. No, Granny, please.
Arthur and
That's
Gramps say they're
crazy. I never watched this movie.
This look from Selenia. If my ears could flutter, they would be. She gives him one last smooch, setting him off. The eye movement is wild. She shoves him into the portal, and he pops out all big again. Gramps follows, looking ripe, and damn near puts the condo dude in cardiac arrest.
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
Installs while Arthur goes and finds the rubies. With the base's position revealed, Arthur commits a little mass murder, dropping in a tennis ball that crushes and leads to the drowning of every single Malfazarian down there. Outside of Malfazar himself, who's able to get away after flaunting to his son that he's leaving him to die.
A commander never deserts his post.
Father of the year, and only the ruby and the squirrel float to the surface, confirming that there were no survivors. That's our hero, all right. He rushes into the house at the last second to pay off the condo man.
Goodbye.
Goodbye now. Goodbye.
Who would have gotten all this land if he wasn't such a dick? And instead of walking off a little sad, but ultimately fine because, you know, he's rich, he does possibly the stupidest thing in this entire movie. and crashes out, attempting to steal the rubies. He's stopped before he can even get outside.
Oh shit!
And is arrested, ultimately throwing his life away for no reason. What a bozo. Arthur delivers the squirrel back to his kingdom.
It's Milo! Milo! My son! Papa! Oh, I took the air myself.
Selenia puts the sword back in the stone. All the human people eat giraffe's neck for dinner, which finishes the mom off for good.
Oh shit!
And the movie wholesomely closes with both Arthur and Selenia fantasizing about the next time they get to mac on each other. He even puts it in his calendar. The end. And that's Arthur and the Divisibles, Arthur and the Minimoys, whatever the hell you want to call it. It's one weird ass movie, but I totally get why I enjoyed it so much as a youngin'. The world is sick. There's some solid action scenes. The pacing never slows. I was pretty entertained. Obviously, there's a lot of highly suspect scenes and shots that for some reason made the final cut of this thing. And again, the romance between Madonna and the kid from Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, highly suspect. And making half the characters hornballs was a strange choice, but at least that part wasn't live action. Besson and the French are some freaks though.
I'm French.
And you too, Weinstein. I won't forget you. But honestly, even though I diss this movie most of the time, it was solid, okay? I give it a 6 out of 10. It wasn't as good as I remembered, but honestly, not too shabby. This movie even has 2 sequels that I remember being pretty weird and not liking them that much because I think I only watched them one time. And there's even a 2022 Arthur horror movie that I heard is absolutely dog shit and has nothing to do with the first 3 movies outside of the characters in it being big fans of the series. Let me know if you want me to cover any of these. But yeah, that's the video. If you enjoyed, liking and subscribing helps out a whole lot and would be very much appreciated. If you're still here, comment Arthur and the Diddlers to let me know you made it to the end. Anyhow, thank you all so much for watching.
Bro, that was
I
the
love and
weirdest
appreciate every single one of you guys. And
I don't know, bro. That was weird.
Good night.
Some games are so good and they deserve to blow up, but for some reason they just didn't sell. Today we're looking at some amazing games that flopped at launch, and because of that we'll probably never see a sequel. It's a real shame too, because these games had serious potential. Let's give them the spotlight they never really got. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay, so when Guardians of the Galaxy came out back in 2021, not many people cared about it. A lot of folks just ignored it or thought it was going to be bad, mostly because there was another Marvel game before this, the Avengers one, and that game was kind of boring and not great. So people thought Guardians of the Galaxy would be the same kind of thing. But guess what? It's actually really, really good. This game is like a big space movie, but you get to play it. You control Star-Lord, the main guy with the jet boots and blasters. But you're not alone. The whole gang is with you. Rocket, Groot, Drax, and Gamora. They're all in the story all the time, and they talk a lot. Like seriously, they're always chatting and yelling and making jokes, but it's funny and cool, not annoying. It feels like they're real friends even when they argue. The story is super fun. There's action, sad parts, funny parts, and even some heartwarming stuff that might make you feel things. You go to different planets, meet weird creatures, and get into big battles. It's like being inside a Marvel movie, but better in some ways because you're actually doing stuff, not just watching. The game looks beautiful too. The planets and space stuff are colorful and cool to look at, and the characters look great and have a lot of detail. You can tell the people who made the game really cared a lot. The only thing is not many people bought it. It didn't sell well, so even though it's an awesome game with a great story and fun characters, it kind of flopped, which is sad because this game is actually a masterpiece in its own way. It's not too long, not too hard, and it keeps you hooked the whole time.
Rejecting the promise. You have proven yourselves
Hey, has anybody played that game? I've never played it.
Hey, so before we continue the video, a little while ago, I got this cool device from Yelenzi. This is the Yelenzi D200H deck dock. I'll be honest, when I first saw it, I just thought it was a stream deck, but after setting it up and using it for a bit, I realized it's way more than that. For just 90 bucks, the Yelenzi deck offers pro features at a starter budget. It's a powerful tool that makes your whole setup feel smoother and faster. It's basically a programmable macro keyboard that can turn any complicated action into a single button press. I use it for pretty much everything now, from gaming to just my daily PC stuff. For gaming, I can map out repetitive combos or game actions to a single key, which is pretty freaking useful. Setting up a macro is as easy as drag and drop, and there's no coding required. Even though it has 14 buttons, you get endless control because you can customize as many functions as you want. The deck supports multiple profiles, and each profile can have up to 10 pages, so you'll never run out of room for your shortcuts and macros. So if this deck has got you interested, make sure to check it from the link in the description. Now let's continue the video. Spec Ops: The Line.
Yeah, Spec Ops: The Line was a game.
So this one's called Spec Ops: The Line. And yeah, at first it just looks like a regular army game. Like you see the cover, you see the name, and you're probably thinking, oh, it's just one of those boring military shooters. But man, this one is different. Like really different. It tricks you. It starts off normal, then slowly turns into something way deeper and kind of dark, but in a good way. You play as the soldier named Walker. He's leading a small team into this city called Dubai, but it's not the normal Dubai we know. This place is destroyed, sand everywhere, buildings falling apart. It looks like a war zone mixed with a sandstorm nightmare, and you're there to find another soldier who went missing. Sounds simple, right? But the more you play, the more messed up things get. At first, you think you're the hero, you think you're doing the right thing, but then the game starts showing you stuff that makes you stop and think, like, wait, are we the good guys? And that feeling just keeps growing. There's this one moment, it's really heavy, like, I won't spoil it, but it hits you hard. Makes your stomach feel weird. It's not about jumping and shooting anymore. It's about choices, regret, guilt, stuff you don't usually feel in a game like this.
I'm gonna kill every last one.
And what's crazy is most people missed it. When this game came out, it didn't sell much. Barely anyone talked about it. They thought it was just another army shooter. But the truth is, this game has one of the smartest stories ever put into a shooter. No joke. It's not just about action. It's about what war does to people. Like, really shows the human side of it. Even the ending messes with your brain. You finish the game and just kind of sit there quiet thinking about everything you did. It's not fun in the yay, let's play again kind of way. It's more like, wow, what did I just go through? The gameplay is pretty standard. Shoot, take cover, move forward. But the way the game tells its story and how it makes you feel, that's where it shines. The city looks amazing too, like all the sand and broken glass and orange skies. It's creepy and beautiful at the same time. But yeah, Spec Ops: The Line didn't sell a lot. It flopped when it launched, but people who did play it still talk about it today because it's not just a game, it's an experience, a masterpiece hiding in plain sight. Prey, 2017. So, Prey is one of those games that a lot of people skipped. It came out in 2017, and yeah, it kind of flopped. Like, not many folks talked about it, and even less actually played it, but man, they missed out big time. This game is crazy good. It's one of those smart sci-fi games where you really gotta use your brain, but it's also super fun and creepy in a cool way. You play as this character named Morgan Yu. You wake up on this giant space station called Talos, and guess what? The station's a mess. Something went really wrong. There's these creepy black alien things called Typhon running around. They don't talk, they just shapeshift and attack you. Some of them can even pretend to be stuff like coffee cups or chairs, and then boom, they jump at your face. It's wild, keeps you on your toes the whole time. But here's what makes Prey awesome. It's not just about shooting aliens, it's about exploring, solving problems, making choices, like real choices. You can sneak, you can fight, or even use weird alien powers you find. There's no one right way to do stuff. The game lets you be creative. You find different paths, hack doors, climb vents, or even glue things together to make your own way. It makes you feel smart, like a space detective or something. The space station is super detailed too. Every room feels lived in. You find notes, emails, stuff from the people who used to live there. You start to piece together what happened. It's like reading a sci-fi book while also fighting monsters. The story's deep too. It messes with your head. There are questions about who you really are, what the Typhon really want, and if you're even making the right choices. Some of the twists are super shocking. You might finish the game and still be thinking about it for days. A sad thing is this game didn't sell well, even though it was made by a great studio and had amazing ideas. It just kind of got ignored. Maybe the trailers didn't show how cool it was, or maybe people just weren't in the mood for a slow burn space game at the time. But now, years later, more and more folks are going back and realizing how special Prey really is. It's a hidden gem. If you like smart games with deep stories, cool powers, and creepy aliens, this is for you. It may have flopped when it came out, but honestly, it's a masterpiece in disguise. You just gotta give it a chance. Alien Isolation.
Oh, that was a good game.
Okay, so Alien Isolation is one of those games that a lot of folks didn't finish or didn't even try. Some people said it was too slow or too scary. And yeah, sure, it is scary, but man, this game is something special. It flopped kind of hard when it came out, but now it's a masterpiece, straight up. So here's the deal. You play as this woman named Amanda Ripley. She's the daughter of Ellen Ripley from the old Alien movies. You go to this space station called Sevastopol, trying to find out what happened to your mom, but of course nothing goes as planned. There's this alien on board, not just any alien, the big scary one with the shiny head and the creepy mouth inside a mouth thing, and it is hunting you the whole game. Here's what makes Alien Isolation different. You're not some big action hero, you don't have a ton of guns, you don't even get to fight the alien most of the time. You gotta hide, sneak, stay quiet, you're crawling under tables, hiding in lockers, trying not to breathe too loud. That alien is smart too. It hears you, smells you, and it learns. If you hide in the same place too often, it'll figure it out. It's like you're really being hunted, and that makes everything way more intense. The space station looks amazing too. It's got this old school sci-fi vibe, like 1970s future style. Blinking lights, clunky computers, heavy doors, all of it feels real. It feels like you're inside one of those classic movies. The sound design is crazy too. Every little beep or hiss makes you jump. Sometimes you'll hear the alien crawling through the vents above you and just freeze in place, scared to move. The story is pretty solid too. It keeps you moving and gives you just enough hope to keep going even when things feel hopeless. You meet other people, try to survive and uncover what happened on the station, and it's not just the alien, there are creepy androids too. They walk real slow and talk in this weird calm voice, but if they grab you, you're done for. So you're not just hiding from one thing, it's a whole mess of danger. But yeah, when the game dropped, a lot of people didn't finish it. They said it was too long or too hard. Some folks just gave up. So it didn't sell great, it didn't get the hype it really deserved. But here's the truth. If you stick with it, it becomes one of the most unforgettable horror games ever made. It's not just about jump scares, it's about tension, fear, that feeling in your gut where you don't know if you're gonna make it. The game nails that feeling. And now, years later, more and more people are going back and calling it a classic. Because that's what it is, a quiet, scary, beautiful masterpiece.
Hey, you got us a raid, y'all. Hey, thank you for joining the chat. We are doing a little focus streaming here.
People made fun of when it came out, like for real. Folks said it was just a tech demo.
Shout out to Kima. If y'all know Kima, if you guys are lurking, definitely count on the artist here. Pretty sure he's working on this comic today, but I'm pretty sure he'll let me know how's it going, Kima. How things are going.
The giant battles, all of it looks super real. But you know what? This game was way more than just pretty graphics. It had heart. Play as this Roman soldier named Marius. His story starts off simple. He's trying to protect his family, fight for Rome, do the whole honor thing. But then things go really bad. His family gets murdered, the empire's falling apart, and everything turns into this big, crazy revenge story. You're marching through burning cities, fighting barbarians, leading armies, and shouting commands. It feels big and epic, like you're in a Hollywood movie. The gameplay is pretty simple. You fight with a sword and shield, and you do these cool finishing moves in slow motion. Some people said it was too repetitive, but honestly it feels satisfying. Like, it's just fun to swing a sword and slam enemies with your shield. You don't always need 100 buttons or complex systems systems. Sometimes it's nice to just press a few buttons and feel like a badass Roman warrior.
I remember that game.
But yeah, when it came out, it didn't do well. A lot of people skipped it or just didn't take it seriously. Critics were harsh, said it was shallow. But the thing is, Reese wasn't trying to be the deepest game ever. It was just trying to give you a cool story, awesome combat, and a world that feels huge and beautiful. And it nailed that. Now, years later, more and more people are going back to it and saying, yo, this was actually fire. It's one of those games that got laughed at for no reason. If you just sit down and play it without expecting it to change your life, you'll probably have a blast. It's short, fun, looks insane, and makes you feel like a gladiator.
And at the end of the day, isn't that what you want?
Alpha Protocol. This game is kind of like Mass Effect, but with spies instead of space. You play as this guy named Michael Thornton. He's a spy, like full-on secret agent style. Guns, sneaking, talking to shady people, going on missions all over the world. You travel to places like Moscow, Rome, and the Middle East. And depending on how you act, the story changes a lot. And that's the big thing about Alpha Protocol. Choices. This game is all about choices. But not just big ones at the end of the game. Every little thing you say and do can change how people treat you. If you're rude to someone, they might hate you forever. If you're friendly or flirty or even silent, that changes stuff too. Enemies can become friends. Friends can stab you in the back. It's like one big spy soap opera, and you're in control of how it plays out. Even in the middle of missions, you get to choose how you want to play. You can sneak through vents and take people out quietly, or you can go loud with guns and grenades, or you can just talk your way through stuff. There's skills and upgrades and all that, but the heart of the game is in how you shape your version of the story.
Oh, we did. And I thank you.
Now here's the sad part. When Alpha Protocol dropped, it flopped hard, like super hard. Reviewers called it buggy, players didn't finish it, it got buried. But years later, people started going back to it and saying, wait, this game was kind of genius. Because it is. It did things that even big games today don't do. Like how your choices really matter, how you can talk your way through boss fights, how different each playthrough can be. Sure, the graphics look old, the combat's kinda stiff, but if you can look past that, this game has one of the smartest and most reactive stories ever made in an RPG. It just needed more polish. It had the heart, the soul, the ideas, just not the budget, maybe. Enslaved, Odyssey to the West.
Oh man, I remember Enslaved. Bro, he naming games I literally got
Odyssey to the West
right
is
over
one
here.
of those games that kind of just disappeared. It came out, some people saw it, but not many played it. It flopped in sales. But honestly, this game is a masterpiece that got totally ignored.
Way overlooked.
It's so good, it's kind of sad how many people missed out. You play as this big, strong guy
Wish
named
they had
Monkey.
a sequel.
Yeah, that's his name. He wakes up inside a prison ship, and there's this girl named Trip who's also stuck there. They both escape, but then she puts this headband thing on Monkey. It's like a mind control band. If she dies, he dies. So
Yeah,
now
it's
he
like
has to protect
Inuyasha
her
type
whether
story.
he wants to or not. That's how the game starts, and it only gets better from there. It's set in the future, but not the shiny robot kind. It's all green and wild, like nature has taken over everything. Cities are broken and covered in trees and vines. It's actually really pretty to look at, like weirdly peaceful, even though there are robots trying to kill you. The gameplay is simple but fun. You climb stuff, fight with a staff, protect Trips, and work together. Monkey's the fighter and Trips the smart one. She helps you open doors, distract enemies, stuff like that. It's all about teamwork. But the real magic is the story and the characters. The game isn't super long, and it's not super hard. It's more about the journey, the world, the characters, the feeling. It's one of those games that just feels good to play. But for some reason, it didn't sell much. Maybe it didn't have big ads, or maybe people just didn't get what it was about. But it flopped, which is a huge shame. Because really, Enslaved is one of the best story games from that time. It's got heart, it's got action, it looks amazing, and it still holds up today. It's like one of those hidden movies you find by accident and end up loving forever.
Yeah, I forgot where I got that from. I think I got this game from Family Videos. I was just looking for some games, and it was either Family Videos, I can't remember, but I bought it cheap.
Grim Fandango.
No, it was this place called Edward McKay's that we got
Grim
here.
Fandango
in
came out way
North
back in
Carolina.
1998, and almost nobody gave it a shot. Total flop. But not because it was
Get some
bad,
dinner?
it was just
Aight.
way ahead of its time. Like, too cool for the crowd back then. This wasn't your usual shooty shoot game. Nah, this was something different. It was weird, it was smart, and it had more style than half the stuff out at the time. You play as Manny Calavera. He's a skeleton, yeah, but he's also this slick travel agent for dead people. That's right, you help souls move on to the afterlife, like booking them a ticket out of limbo, but everything's shady and Manny gets wrapped up in some messed up, corrupt underworld business. It's got that classic detective movie feel, jazz music, long coats, everyone's hiding something, but the world is full of dead folks. It's weird, but it totally works. What really makes this game special is the writing. The dialogue is clever as hell, feels like every character has a story, it's funny without trying too hard, and it's got heart when you least expect it. Plus, the whole setting, the Land of the Dead, it's just so different, colorful and dark at the same time. Nobody else was making games that looked or felt like this.
Workers shall control the means of production. Yes!
Gameplay though, yeah, this is where people either loved it or bounced off. It's a puzzle game. You walk around, grab stuff, figure out what to use and where. Some puzzles kinda wild, like you'd be stuck for hours trying to figure out why you need to give a balloon to a demon or whatever. So yeah, it was clunky, and the controls back then, tank style, super awkward. That's probably why it didn't sell. People wanted fast and fun, not slow and thinky. But under all that, Grim Fandango was packed with personality. It was one of those games you remember even years later just because of how different it was. They remastered it later and fixed a bunch of stuff, cleaned up the graphics, gave it better controls, and brought it back for a new audience, and that's when folks finally started to get it. Now, it's considered a classic, like straight up must play before you die kind of classic.
Going down, 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 oh rusty anchor.
Oh yeah.
Guess you gotta hang around.
Mirror's Edge.
Heck yeah, now he getting
Mirror's
into
Edge
it.
didn't try to be like everything else. No guns blazing, no big open world with side quests everywhere, just you, rooftops, and movement. This game was all about flow, parkour in first person, which almost no one had done before. You played as Faith, a runner in a clean, cold future city where everything looks perfect, but underneath it all, it's rotten. The vibe is super unique. White buildings, pops of red, clear blue skies. It doesn't look like other games. It feels fresh, even today. And then there's the way it plays. You're not just pressing a button to jump. You're timing it, grabbing ledges, rolling when you land, sprinting across pipes, crashing through windows. When it clicks, it's like dancing. You get in the zone and just move. No game feels quite like it. But here's the thing, Mirror's Edge didn't do so hot when it came out. It wasn't some big hit. People didn't know what to do with it. A lot of folks got frustrated, fell off rooftops too many times, or just didn't vibe with the no gun, no hand-holding style. So yeah, it flopped. EA didn't even rush to make a sequel. It took years before they even touched it again.
I think it took like a long time for that joint came
Still,
back
there's
out.
something kind of pure about this game. It's short, it's focused, no filler. You're running, jumping, escaping. That's it. The music's chill, the world is cold and quiet, and the story's simple but interesting. You're just this one person up against a system that wants to crush you. It's not loud about it, it just is. A lot of games now borrow pieces of what Mirror's Edge did back then, the parkour, the movement first design, but this one still stands out. It had guts. It didn't chase trends, it tried something new, and even though it stumbled a bit, it made history in its own way. Okami. You ever see something
Okami
so
was-
beautiful that you wonder why nobody talks about it? That's
I always thought
Okami.
Okami was
This
a
game
good
dropped
game.
back in the PS2 days, and when it did, barely anyone picked it up. It flopped hard, just completely flew under the radar. But man, if there was ever a game that deserved better, it's this one. First off, yeah, the art. This thing doesn't look like any other game. It's not trying to be realistic. It's like you're playing inside a moving painting. Everything's hand-drawn and full of brush strokes and flowing lines. It's inspired by old Japanese art, and it looks gorgeous.
I remember
Even today,
people
it holds
talking
up.
mad,
You could boot it up
like,
right now and it would still feel
positive
fresh.
about
You play as a
Okami.
white wolf named Amaterasu. She's actually a sun goddess, but the game never gets all preachy or confusing about it. You're just this quiet, magical wolf going
Amaterasu.
around fixing the world. There's this evil darkness spreading, and your job is to bring life and color back to the land. Wherever you go, trees bloom, rivers flow again, the sky clears up. It's peaceful and satisfying and kind of magical. And the gameplay, it's like a mix of Zelda and something totally its own. You explore, fight monsters, solve puzzles, talk to weird little characters, and do a lot of drawing. Yeah, that's the big thing, the celestial brush. You pause the game and draw symbols right on the screen to make stuff happen. A circle brings the sun back, a slash cuts enemies or opens doors. It's weird at first, but once it clicks, it feels awesome. You're not just pressing buttons, you're painting your way through the story. The game's long, too.
Like one of
Not
the
bloated, but
like
full of
most
stuff to do. Different
greatest
regions,
games of all
dungeons,
time.
bosses, side quests.
Maybe
The
I missed
characters are
something.
goofy and fun, but the story also has some really sweet and emotional moments. And the music, don't even get me started. It's peaceful and powerful all at once. Total vibe. But here's the sad part. When it launched, it didn't sell. Not even close. Probably because people didn't know what to make of it. Maybe it looked too artsy. Maybe it was
Can
just
someone
bad
remind me
timing.
when
Even the
G4
folks who
TV
did
came
buy it
out?
had
I
to
could have
deal with
swore
a
they gave
dumb
this game
box
like
art
a
mistake
10
where
out
they
of 10
forgot
game,
to
and I
put
was
the
like,
main
really?
character on the cover.
I could be
Like,
wrong though.
how do you mess that up? Over the years though, Okami got love. It got re-released on newer consoles. People started talking about it more. It became one of those cult classic games, the kind that didn't blow up but stuck with you forever if you played it. Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. So back in 2012, this game shows up called Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. Funny name, kinda long, sounds like a Dungeons and Dragons thing, right? And yeah, it's a fantasy RPG. Swords, magic, dragons, all that. But it also had something a lot of games didn't have back then. Fun, fast combat that didn't feel slow or stiff. Most RPGs were like, pause the game, plan your move, hit a button, wait. Amalur? Nah, it felt more like an action game. You swing your sword, roll around, cast spells, use crazy moves. It actually felt good to fight stuff. Some people even said it was like God of War meets Skyrim, which, yeah, that's kind of true. Now, the world in this game is huge, like seriously massive. So many different areas, towns, forests, deserts, dungeons. It just kept going. And it wasn't ugly either. Everything was bright and colorful, not all dark and muddy like a lot of fantasy games. It had this cool cartoonish style that made it stand out. Even the armor looked awesome. You'd get this glowing helmet or giant shoulder pads and be like, yeah, I'm a beast now. The story, actually kind of cool too. You're this guy or girl who wakes up in a pile of dead bodies. Not creepy, I promise. You were supposed to be dead, but some magic brought you back to life, and now you're the only one who can change fate. Everyone else is stuck on a path. They're gonna die a certain way, and that's it. But you can rewrite the future. That idea alone is dope. It gives you this weird feeling of power, like anything is possible. There's also a bunch of choices, different classes, tons of quests, and so many cool weapons. You can go full warrior,
Yeah, I'm gonna go
stealthy
like
rogue,
see if I can
magic
find a
wizard,
G4
or mix it all
TV.
together, and they let you respec whenever you want. So if you're like,
I just remember
I don't
G4
like being
TV talking
sneaky,
good
you
about
just
it.
switch it up. No punishment. But here's the sad part. Even though the game was fun and solid and had all this content, it flopped big time. It sold okay, but not enough. The studio behind it got shut down, and there was all this drama with lawsuits and government loans and other boring business junk. And just like that, Amalur disappeared. Luckily, people didn't totally forget about it. Years later, they dropped a remaster called Re-Reckoning, kind of funny name, and now more folks are discovering it. But still, it's one of those games that had the bones of something huge. Like, if it had gotten a sequel or more polish, it could have been a big franchise. Mad Max. So Mad Max throws you right into this dry, dusty wasteland. It's post-apocalyptic, the world's all ruined, and no water, barely any gas, and people have gone totally nuts. But somehow it looks beautiful, like weirdly beautiful. The deserts, the sandstorms, the broken highways, even the sun hitting your rusty car just right. It all looks amazing. You'd think a world full of dirt would be boring, but it's not. It's kinda peaceful in a scary way. You play as Max, just Max. He doesn't talk much, he's always mad, and honestly, he's just trying to survive. The game starts off wild. You get your car stolen, your gear taken, and you get beat up bad. So now your goal is simple. Build the ultimate car, get your stuff back, and escape this hellhole. Now the best part of the whole game, the car combat. No joke. You spend so much time in your ride and it feels awesome. You can boost, ram into enemies, shoot harpoons to rip off doors, throw exploding spears. It's just pure chaos. Every battle feels like something out of a movie, and once you upgrade your car, called the Magnum Opus, it becomes this beast of a machine. You want to make it faster, stronger, covered in spikes? Go for it. There's a ton of options and it actually feels worth it. And the hand-to-hand combat is solid too. It's kind of like Batman Arkham, where you punch, dodge, counter, and take on groups of enemies in these brutal
Bro,
brawls.
I didn't
Max
even
fights
remember this
dirty.
game.
Headbutts, body slams, kicks to the face. It's not pretty, but it gets the job done. The world's also packed with stuff to do. Enemy camps to wipe out, secret loot to find, snipers to take down, convoys to chase. Yeah, it has that open world checklist thing, but it's not annoying. The game doesn't force you to do everything. You do it because it's fun. You're just out there driving through sandstorms, fighting off raiders, and trying to stay alive in this broken world. But for some reason, when this game came out, people just didn't care. Maybe it was the timing, maybe folks thought it looked generic, but the truth is Mad Max was way better than it had any right to be. It had style, it had grit, and it nailed the feeling of being alone in a huge, dangerous wasteland. The story wasn't anything super deep, but it had moments, especially near the end, that actually hit kinda hard. Shadow of the Tomb Raider. So this is the third game in the reboot trilogy. You had Tomb Raider in 2013, then Rise of the Tomb Raider, and finally this one, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. But here's the thing, this one didn't really hit the same for a lot of people. Some said the story was too slow, Lara felt a little off, and the game tried to be way too serious. And yeah, I get that. The tone is darker, Lara's kind of cold and quiet, and the story's all about ancient stuff, guilt, death, and the end of the world. Not exactly popcorn fun vibes. But if you can look past that, man, there's a lot to love here. First off, the tombs. The actual tombs in Shadow of the Tomb Raider are the best in the whole series, no contest. These things are big, creepy, dangerous, and they actually feel like places someone shouldn't be going into. There's traps, puzzles, deep underground caverns, lost temples. It finally feels like real tomb raiding, not just some side activity like in past games. And they look beautiful. The lighting, the reflections, the way vines hang off broken statues, it all looks so damn good. Now, yeah, the combat wasn't everybody's favorite. There's less of it, and it tries to make you sneak more. Some players didn't vibe with that. And Lara's story this time feels kind of heavy. She's dealing with the fact that she accidentally triggered a literal apocalypse. Not exactly happy-go-lucky adventuring here, but honestly, that darker tone gives it some weight. It's like she's really becoming the hardened Tomb Raider she's meant to be. The sad part is, this game got kind of brushed off. Like, after how big Rise of the Tomb Raider was, people barely talked about Shadow, and it didn't sell as much, it didn't get the hype, and some folks still call it the weakest in the trilogy, but nah man, it's just different, slower, more thoughtful, and way more about exploring than action. And in terms of actual tomb raiding, it absolutely nails it. So yeah, Shadow of the Tomb Raider might not be everyone's favorite, but it's got some of the best environments, the coolest tombs, and a Lara who's finally starting to feel like the legend she's supposed to be. Not a flop, but definitely underrated.
Only one chance.
Rage 2. So Rage 2 is one of those games where you look at it and go, dang, this looks sick. Big explosions, pink paint everywhere, chunky sci-fi guns, and a main character that can do superpower style moves like ground slams and air dashes. The trailers made it look like Doom met Mad Max with a shot of crazy. And to be fair, the moment-to-moment gunplay, it does feel awesome. Shooting in this game is smooth as butter. The guns hit hard, enemies go flying, and once you start unlocking your powers, you feel like a freaking superhero in the apocalypse. There's a shotgun that literally blows people across the map. There's a power punch that launches dudes into the sky. It's fun, like really fun for a bit. But the problem? The world around that fun kinda empty. It's an open world game, but the world feels weirdly lifeless. You're driving around this big dusty map and half the time you're like, wait, where is everybody? There's a few enemy camps here and there and some races or missions, but nothing really pulls you in. There's not much story to care about either. You're just some ranger dude or lady trying to stop a bad guy who shows up for like 2 minutes total, and then boom, that's kinda it. But hey, if you just want to blow stuff up and don't care about story or deep world building, this game totally scratches that itch. The driving's alright, the shooting's top tier, and the colors? Oh man, it's like someone spilled neon paint all over the apocalypse. Very stylish, very loud. So yeah, Rage 2 is one of those games that starts strong, gives you some cool toys to play with, but then runs out of steam real fast. It had potential.
This was saying I had the brush,
or at least more interesting stuff to do between the shootouts. Beyond Good and Evil.
Remember Beyond Good and Evil?
It's a game that no one played, but everyone respects now. So Beyond Good and Evil dropped back in the early 2000s, and right out the gate, most people skipped over it. Like nobody was really checking for it. It didn't have a huge marketing push, and the cover wasn't exactly screaming, "Buy me now." It looked kind of weird. A girl with a camera in a sci-fi world full of animal people? Not exactly the stuff selling consoles back then, but the people who did play it, oh man, they found something special. You play as Jade. She's not a superhero, not a soldier, just a regular woman who takes care of a bunch of orphan kids and works as a photojournalist. She lives in this cool futuristic world where something shady is going on. Aliens keep attacking and the government's all like, "Don't worry, we got this." But spoiler alert, they do not got this. So Jade grabs her camera and starts digging, and what's dope is the gameplay mixes sneaking, exploring, light fighting, and photography. Like you're literally snapping pics to expose the truth and uncover a conspiracy, and it works. The world feels alive, the music's chill but hits hard in the right moments. And Jade, she's actually a super likable character, strong but real, not some over-the-top tough girl, just someone trying to do the right thing. Now, here's the thing, this game totally flopped when it came out, barely sold. Most folks didn't even know it existed, but over time, people started going back to it, and now it's kind of got this cult following, like one of those, yo, how did this not blow up situations. It's not perfect, the combat's super simple, the camera can be clunky, and yeah, it's a bit dated by today's standards, but it's got soul, it's got heart, and it's telling a story that actually matters in a way that still feels fresh even now. Days Gone.
We don't have hope.
So Days Gone came out, and people kind of trashed it. Not all of them, but a lot of game reviewers didn't really show it love. Some said it was boring, some said it was buggy, others didn't like the main dude, Deacon. And yeah, maybe the launch was a little rough with some glitches here and there, but man, this game did not deserve all that hate, because if you actually sit down and play it, like really give it time, you'll see it's actually kinda amazing. So you're this biker guy named Deacon St. John. He's not trying to save the whole world or be some big hero, he's just trying to find out if his wife's still alive after the world went to hell. There's zombies everywhere, but they call them freakers here, and these things aren't slow and dumb, they're fast, they scream, and they hunt you in big groups. Sometimes you'll be riding your bike, and a whole freaking horde comes after you. I mean, like 100 of them, gameplays get sweaty real fast. But the game isn't just about killing freakers. There's a whole story going on. It's about love, loss, loyalty, and just staying human in a messed up world. Deacon's not a perfect guy, but he feels real. You can tell he's hurting, but still trying to keep moving. Some of the scenes hit pretty hard, especially later in the story. It goes from just another zombie game to something way more personal. Now, yeah, some missions are a bit slow in the first few hours, not everything clicks right away, but that's kind of the point. The game wants you to live in this world a little. Ride your bike, help camps, do jobs, fix stuff, survive. And speaking of the bike, it's not just a thing you hop on and go. You gotta take care of it. You need gas, you need to repair it. It makes the whole thing feel more real, like you're out there actually surviving. The world in Days Gone is big, but not bloated. You get forests, snowy mountains, rainstorms, creepy abandoned towns, and it all looks good, like really good. The sound design is on point too. You hear freakers in the distance or wolves creeping nearby, and it keeps you on edge the whole time. And don't even get me started on the horde battles. These are straight up chaos. You're throwing Molotovs, placing traps, running like crazy, trying to stay alive. It feels scary, but in a fun way. Every horde fight is like a little puzzle mixed with full-on panic mode. It's honestly kind of wild how this game got pushed to the side. Like, yeah, it ain't perfect, but what game is? It's got heart, it's got style, and it's one of those games that gets better the longer you stick with it. It didn't blow up like other PlayStation exclusives, but that doesn't mean it's trash. trash, it's one of those hidden gems that hits hard once you really dig into it. If you never gave it a shot, now's the time. Days Gone is way more than people said. It's not just a zombie game, it's a full ride through a broken world with one of the most underrated stories out there.
What does it matter if everyone else is dead?
Despite what a lot of Naruto fans would have you believe, powerful jutsus have always been an essential aspect of the Naruto power system, and no matter how many times you watch the Rock Lee vs Gaara fight, not using jutsus does not make you more of a real ninja. The most touted shinobi in the verse are jutsu specialists, whether it's Kakashi, master of 1,000 jutsu, Hiruzen the professor, or Itachi the god of genjutsu. These are all some of the most talented and decorated shinobi. However, there is one specific character that I believe doesn't get his flowers for having one of the deepest and widest bags in the series, that being the Toad Sage Jiraiya. Jiraiya has had a phenomenal run of jutsu showcases throughout the manga, which is why today I want to take a deep dive into Jiraiya's jutsu arsenal to show exactly why it's one of the most versatile in the series. But before we begin, make sure to like and subscribe and become a channel member, I'd greatly appreciate it. Now, to start things off, I think it makes the most sense to start with the most iconic aspect of his character, that being his summons. Jiraiya being a Toad Sage obviously implies that he has made a contract with Mount Miyaboku and thus has the ability to summon a variety of toads, of which he can use for various different purposes. Some of them though have certain specific jutsu that fall under later sections, so for this section specifically, I'll just go over the most relevant toads he has at his disposal and the physical feats that they've performed. But what exactly are summons though? The summoning jutsu is a kind of space-time ninjutsu that allows the user to summon any living being with whom they've signed a blood contract with at any time and place they desire. The summoned creature will obey the master with its life, helping in every situation, whether it be fighting or fleeing. The user smears their own blood on the hand they signed the contract with and needs chakra by doing hand seals. Then by turning the palm of the hand to the place that they want to summon, they call forth a subordinate they can rely on. The first time we see Jiraiya use the jutsu is in his debut chapter all the way back in chapter 90, where he summons Gamma against Ebisu after getting caught peeping at the hot springs. He doesn't have much time and doesn't have much screen time, however he is shown to be able to block an attack from Kisame, who is considered one of the stronger members of the Akatsuki. Gamabunta is probably the most iconic summon of both Naruto and Jiraiya, and is arguably the strongest one when talking about pure physical strength and speed. After being summoned by Naruto against Gaara, we see Gamabunta pull off feats such as slicing the arm off of Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, and counter his air bullets with his own water bullets. Something that gets overlooked, however, is the fact that Shukaku fired off 5 bullets and only 1 went through, which means that one of Gamabunta's water bullets are equivalent to 2 of Shukaku's. He's also able to technically temporarily restrain the full Nine-Tails via sitting on his head, but that doesn't really upscale him. The last and certainly not least is the duo pair of Fukasaku and Shima, more commonly known as Ma and Pa. Neither of them have shown much physical feats as they aren't really physical fighters, but we do know that they should be both masters of Senjutsu and users of Sage Mode, so things such as lifting large boulders and Frog Kata should be techniques under their belt. There is this one other summon that Jiraiya has, though it is kind of unconventional since it doesn't summon a whole toad, he just summons their esophagus. The Toad Mouthtrap, or Gamaguchi Shibari, summons the esophagus and stomach walls of giant toads from Mount Miyaboku. The enemy is trapped inside an inescapable elastic chamber sealed in by fleshy walls that react instantly to Jiraiya's commands. This chamber was strong enough to force Itachi to use his Amaterasu to escape, which is significant since Amaterasu takes a huge toll on his body, and if he could have used a weaker attack to escape, then he would have just done that. It's also noted that the innards of the frog that gets summoned is fireproof, and Jiraiya is surprised that it got burned, which sort of implies that unless you have Amaterasu level fire, you're not burning yourself through it. But before I forget, I do also want to mention the other toads like Gamakin and Gama Hero, who Jiraiya should have access to, and they did pretty good against paid summons. Now at this point it gets a bit tricky to structure the video because, as I said earlier, there is a lot of overlap, but I figure since we're already talking about Toads, I'd cover the most iconic technique he got from Mount Miyaboku, that being his Sage Mode. Jiraiya's Sage Mode is a bit different from the other users in Naruto, which I'll touch on in a second, but he does get his own databook entry. A Toad Lion warrior brimming with divinity who wields Senjutsu that surpasses ninjutsu. The style of Senjutsu displayed by Jiraiya during his decisive battle with Pain. Jiraiya summons the two great Sage Toads of Mount Miyaboku, and by borrowing their powers, he absorbs a huge amount of nature energy into his body. By blending it with his chakra, he's able to dramatically increase the level of ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, durability, and recovery speed. Sage Mode makes the use of Senjutsu possible, and when combining with the two great Sage Toads, he truly enters the realm of a sage. The only caveat though, and this is what I was talking about earlier, is that Jiraiya can't use Sage Mode on his own. After summoning Ma and Pa, Fukasaku tells Jiraiya that he's gotta start being able to go into Sage Mode by himself, and Jiraiya tells him that he's still a baby in swaddling clothes compared to the two of them. This shouldn't really be a problem however, since to maximally use Sage Mode, you're gonna need Ma and Pa either way, and this is because even though Jiraiya can't use Sage Mode by himself, his workaround is infinitely more efficient. Pa explains to Naruto that since the principle of entering Sage Mode is to not move, you become an easy target for the enemy unless you have a lot of comrades to help. So if you have to go into Sage Mode by yourself, you have to withdraw from the battle in order to gather nature energy. However, you can circumvent this problem by merging your body with the Sage Toads, splitting the roles of stillness and action, where the Toads stay still and gather nature energy while the Sage user fights. And in Jiraiya's case, the final form of his Sage Mode had both Ma and Pa riding on his shoulders. Now, as it relates to Sage Mode specific abilities, Jiraiya should have access to Kawazu or Fra Kumite and its sub-technique Fra Kita. Jiraiya's Taijutsu gets a massive boost from Sage Mode, and it's really put on display in his fight against Pain, where he's able to completely blitz one of the paths with a kick straight to the face. Later on in the fight, he does something similar where he lands a kick on another path that carries so much power, he caused the path to cough up blood. He should also be, as I said, proficient in Fra Kita. It's described as a terrific taijutsu that ones who learn Senjutsu mastered. By turning into Sage Mode, the user reaches a point of being able to take in natural energy and the power of perception is expanded. With it, you can sense the movements of opponent to the point of releasing an intense counterattack that matches the enemy's attack. Furthermore, the energy becomes part of the user's body, and both the range and power of the attack rises. It's a flawless taijutsu that has no openings, either in attack or defense. But to put it simply, when in Sage Mode, Jiraiya is able to control the nature energy that exists all around and use it as an extension of his limbs to attack his opponents without making contact, just like Naruto. Now, the final ability that Jiraiya gains while using Sage Mode is the Odama Rasengan, which should be in the next category. Why is it here? I have no idea who did this. I'm the one who did this. The Odama or Massive Rasengan is described as a storm that rages in the palm of the hand, slicing through the air, swallowing everything in its path. The Massive Rasengan is a Rasengan with increased chakra, and in Sage Mode, Jiraiya is able to dramatically increase their size by adding nature energy. The ball of energy that is formed creates a huge whirlwind storm that, when unleashed, can easily carve away a mountain. Whether or not that is true at all, I'll simply leave up to you. Now, since we've gone over Jiraiya's Sage Mode specific abilities, let's get into the other Senjutsu techniques that he has that may not be directly related to his Sage Mode, but he only has access to or only uses when he's in Sage Mode. The first of which is obviously gonna be Frog Song or Gamma Rincho. Once you hear it, you become captive to an illusion, a duet of death. After invoking Sage Mode, the husband and wife Toads sing Genjutsu from Jiraiya's shoulders. The exquisite harmony of the two great Sage Toads, married for several hundred years, can warp even space. Two or more Toads sing in harmony to a musical scale passed down secretly on the Mount Miyaboku. Those who hear it are drawn into a Genjutsu world where their minds are paralyzed, and Gamma Rincho will succeed if the target is even within earshot, but at the risk of giving away your location. Despite that though, even with the drawbacks, the trio decided that this was the best jutsu in their arsenal to use against Pain given their circumstances, and to their fortune it worked. There is a reason why most most fans consider Frog Song a one-shot GG since it's almost completely unavoidable and is potent enough to trap pain. The reason being that since the genjutsu is propagated by sound, you can only detect it by sound, and if you detect it then you're already trapped. And truthfully, Jiraiya would have won here if all paths of pain were present, since they'd all collectively be put under the genjutsu, and the same could be said for most other characters in the verse with just a bit of prep. Other techniques in his arsenal include jutsus such as his Kebari Senbon, which is one of the 3 hair-related jutsu that Jiraiya has in his kit. Like a raging storm, a mountain of needle-like hairs rain down at super speed. Hairs from one's head are hardened and fired at the target one after another. The speed of this attack is the fastest among attacks in Sage mode, and with the Sage Toads invigorating the roots of Jiraiya's hair, even as he fires his chakra-infused Kebari, he can fire a near infinite number of shots. However, he only uses it like once, so there is not much more you can say about it. The same thing can be said about his giant flame bombs, where after filling his mouth with oil created inside his body from Seijutsu chakra, the caster sprays the oil out as he ignites it with fire style. The flames are more than 10 times as large as regular flame bombs, and the jutsu is used to completely seal off the escape route of an enemy that has been quartered in a hall or room. This is exactly how Jiraiya used it against the 3 paths of pain, where he essentially sandwiched them between himself and a shadow clone. Then using the giant flame bombs, he engulfed the hallway in flames, forcing them down into a surprise attack. Last but not least, and this is my favorite Seijutsu from Jiraiya, it's the Senpo Goman, or the Bath of Boiling Oil. It's a collaborative fighting technique that Jiraiya uses in Sage mode with the 2 great Sage Toads. After cornering an enemy inside a building or in a depression in the ground, Jiraiya releases oil, Fukasaku unleashes wind style, and Shima unleashes water style in huge quantities. The 3 are able to fill the area with bubbling oil at a temperature of several thousand degrees. And to put that into perspective for you, Jiraiya was able to flood the entire room that he and Pain were in. And if you didn't know, several just means more than 3 but less than many, which means that at a bare minimum that oil is reaching temperatures of at least 3000 degrees, and this is Celsius since it's Japan, which for the record is hot enough to melt steel, and depending on how you push the word several, you can get it to 5000 degrees, which is around the temperature of the surface of the sun. So either way you slice it, most people are not surviving this. Now, just like his student Minato, Jiraiya is no slouch when it comes to barrier techniques and seals. Jiraiya was able to instantly undo the 5-prong seal that Orochimaru placed on Naruto, which we don't really know how powerful it is, so that doesn't really mean anything. But hey, this is about versatility, not power. As it relates to barrier techniques though, he has like 4 of them. The first is the Kekai barrier, Gamahiro, described as a gourd filled with silence and fear, a sealed dimension from which there is no escape. The caster summons the gourd toad Gamahyoton, who lives in Mount Miyaboku, then drags the target into the toad's stomach, where a sealed dimension isolated from the outside world exists. It's also possible to melt one's adversary by shoving him into a lake of acid, as evidenced by the path of pain that Jiraiya dragged in. The second is the Tengai perimeter barrier, a wide-range battle tactic that detects anyone who enters, a jutsu that sets a sphere-shaped detection barrier with the caster at its center. At the caster's will, the barrier can be expanded to the size of an entire space. The caster is then able to feel the activities of those existing inside the barrier through his senses. The third is the Gamagakure Jutsu, an infiltration jutsu where one invades from the water, hiding inside a toad's mouth. The caster summons a diving toad from Mount Miyaboku and conceals himself inside of it. In freshwater, the toad can dive to depths of up to 228 feet, making this a particularly effective means of infiltrating enemy camps surrounded by lakes and rivers. The inside of the toad is a barrier space that blocks chakra, and thus it can protect the caster from being detected by sensory ninjutsu. The fourth and final jutsu is the Toad Shop Jutsu, where he summons a shop toad from Mount Miyaboku and seals an enemy inside of it. The shop toad can transform itself into any architectural structure, and the caster uses chakra to mold it into the design and specs of his choosing. Jiraiya used this to trap the 2 men in the Rain Village by, funnily enough, luring them in with the bait of all you can drink for 500 Ryo. Now this is gonna be for all the jutsu that don't fall under any other specific category, so I'll just go over them quickly. The first is the Toad Subjugation Art of the Manipulated Shadow, which is broken for no particular reason. After casting his chakra onto the target's shadow, the caster then makes his body as thin as possible to merge with the subject's shadow and temporarily take away the target's ability to control their mind and body. While using the jutsu, the caster must hold his breath and is still able to speak to the target, but when the caster resumes breathing, the jutsu is cancelled. This is genuinely broken, since imagine getting into a fight with Jiraiya and he just turns into your shadow and makes you unalive yourself. Next is the other two hair jutsus he has in his arsenal, his Needle Jizo and Raging Lion's Mane. He's able to protect himself and bind both Konan and Pain respectively with these techniques, but there's not much more to say about them. He also has the Fire Release Flame Bullet he used on Konan, the Toad Oil Bullet he also used on Konan, the Toad Oil Flame Bullet that he used in conjunction with Gamabunta. He has the Dark Swamp Jutsu used against Orochimaru snakes, however he can also cast it on walls and ceilings to trap opponents like what he did against Pain. And last but not least, my personal favorite jutsu in Jiraiya's arsenal, the Turning into a Toad Jutsu. This is by far the funniest jutsu he has, based solely on the fact that it's literally just the transformation jutsu. It's not some secret transfiguration, he just casts the transformation jutsu on you, turning you into a frog, which he then uses to intimidate your comrades. But with that being said, that's pretty much it for the video. Make sure to like and subscribe and become a channel member. Like, please just support your boy. Or don't. No, I won't hunt you down or anything. Maybe. Anyways, catch y'all in the next one. Bye, B.
The Bible. You know this book, right? 66 books, leather cover, maybe even Jesus' words in red. But what if the Bible you know?
I might not want to hear this one. I think it went past it. Yeah. That's very informative. The day of Jubilee. What was it? The Book of Jubilee. Whatnot. That and the Book of Maccabees. I've been meaning to look at that. Well, you know what? Speaking of which, that was actually a good stopping point. I think the next thing I had was you said, yo, Comic Fusion looks so legit. What's Comic? Oh yeah, the game. My bad. See, look, we got that quick. All right, y'all. Oh, what we're gonna do? We're gonna go ahead and switch to Slice of Art here, if you guys don't mind. As the music is turning up. I got so much done. I do. I'm gonna be up. Go ahead and unpin this. Thanks for throwing that out there, Keeman. Doing your thing as usual. Yeah, if you guys want to throw something up, let me know what you guys are working on. Hopefully you like what I was drawing so far. Hopefully it looked pretty good. I like it. I think it's going in the direction I wanted to go in. Good so far. Appreciate it. This stuff takes time to get it right, especially my style. I'm very particular about it. Yeah, I'm very particular about it. I'm still doing little things here and there too, just touching on it. But yeah, I'll give you guys a second just to post while I'm trying to finish this up. If you guys want to show me anything that you guys are working on. Made some great progress. Bro, you know I always appreciate that. It's much appreciated. You know what? I think I'm gonna take this part out. All right, then I gave you enough time here, so let me pull it up here on my side. Also, I just wanted a little cheat, just so I could get some extra time in. All right, and of course, there's nothing there. There we go. Looks like the last one we got was the VTuber, the Automate, which we love. Like it. Looks like we got Keeman, got some whips over here. Alright, Keeman. I see you got some destruction. Got some tentacles flying everywhere. I can't tell, these are these mechanic? Oh, no, not mechanic. They're actual tentacles. I was thinking they were mechanical tentacles. What did Squidward do now? Now, is they chopped up tentacles? Like, it's a bad thing? Just want to make sure I'm on the right page here with it. That looks good. Oh, so they are mechanical tentacles. See? I got it. Alright. Yeah, I like it, man. Let's get a pelvic woo over here. They've been blasted. Oh, okay. I think that's all we got. Everybody else is good. Maybe on some work in progress stuff, so it's all good. I appreciate you guys just chilling, watching me. You know what that means. I got some more time. No, all good, man. Hey, look, I'm not pressuring it, you know. I'm cool. Yeah, I put in a little more time with y'all then. All right, let's get it then. Shoot, I'm good with that.
In the world of Static Shock, things were rarely subtle, and that's what made the show powerful. Its villains were lessons made flesh rather than complex three-dimensional characters. And no one embodied that more than Ebon, a man made of darkness whose motives were as clear as his powers. But in more recent years, that darkness has been rewritten to seem misunderstood, and I'm not sure that that's an improvement. Static Shock was never a show that hid behind layers of ambiguity. It spoke directly to its audience with stories that were clear, accessible, and easy to grasp. I know that some people dismiss the show because of this, but personally I don't see it as a weakness.
Yeah, I love that about the show.
Subtext and saying exactly what it meant, the show made sure its message reached kids who needed to hear it most. And it's an important thing to remember. Static Shock was aimed at children first and foremost. And the character of Ebon was very much a cardboard cutout villain, made specifically for the show. He was selfish, sinister, and devoid of any redeeming qualities. His powers perfectly matched his personality. He controlled shadows and could travel between them. His primary role in the series was to act as Static's opposite. Where Static encouraged integration, understanding, and good behavior, Ebon embodied selfishness, greed, and wickedness. He doesn't have any personal trauma or ideology that informs his actions. His goals are power, control, and more power. He's a gang leader that is a bad influence on the other Bang Babies and tries to bring them all under his control. He is the literal embodiment of a bad influence, and there's not much else to his character. He's not like, say, Mr. Freeze, who was driven to do bad things by loss and despair. He's not even like the Joker, who had his own twisted motivations for the horrible things he did. He's intimidating and cool-looking, but rarely vulnerable, conflicted, or morally grey. He is the shadowy figure trying to tempt other people to a life of crime. We are eventually told that his name was Ivan Evans before he was exposed to the quantum vapor. Ever since he was a child, he had dreamed of being a big shot in the criminal underworld and had spent some time in juvenile detention. There are hints at him coming from a broken home. He mentions that his father had passed away, making him the man of the house, but that's it. That lack of inner life makes him more of a stock antagonist than a complex character. Most of his crimes are fairly insignificant, stealing money, food, technology. Once he did try to blot out the sun though, but overall he's fairly run-of-the-mill despite his fantastic powers. Having said that, that doesn't mean that he's insignificant. I think the most interesting thing about him is the comparison between him and his brother Adam, Rubber Band Man. Both
wow, there's a
Taliban.
Taliban.
The law, but Adam only did so because he felt like he had been screwed out of his musical career. He had dreams and ambition. He wanted to create music and become wealthy. And when his dream was stolen from him, he lashed out in anger and attacked the man who he felt had wronged him. So, yeah, okay, so far sounds fairly similar to Ebon. But the difference is that the Rubber Band Man still had talent. And through the love of Static's sister Sharon, he found his way to reforming. He dusted himself off, and he tried to be a hero. Ebon wouldn't accept this, however. He was the elder brother, and now that their father was no longer alive, he was the man of the family. He states that he should be the one looking out for his brother, but what he really means is that he doesn't want Adam to have opinions of his own. Ebon says that Adam is alone in the world without him, and that the people that are currently cheering him on will turn on him the second he does something they don't like. He demonstrates this by dressing up as Rubber Band Man and breaking the Metabreed out of jail. Everyone assumes that Adam is guilty, but he knows that he isn't, and the only person he can turn to is his brother. He's not ready to fully commit to joining the Metabreed, but Ebon thinks it's only a matter of time. Hey, and maybe he would have if Static hadn't proven that Ebon had set Adam up. That's a very neat summary of his character there. He says all of the right things. He claims he has people's best interests at heart, but really everything he does serves his own agenda first and foremost. He's clearly insecure because his position as leader of the Metabreed gets challenged quite a few times. At first, the gang gets taken over by the Joker, but later on the Bang Baby Madeline Spaulding takes over with her new powers. Ebon entertains her proposal until he's had enough of being told what to do by a schoolgirl. but she is still too powerful for him and takes him out with literal garbage. In the 4th season's final episode, a cure for bang babies is released into the city without anyone knowing. When members of the metabreed start losing their powers, Ebon is furious and he steals the last remaining sample of the quantum vapor. From here, he then tells any bang babies that want to get their powers back that they can do so on the condition that they obey him. However, when Ebon and Hotstreak come to blows over who should really be in charge, they accidentally break the canister and overdose on the quantum vapor. The two get their powers back, as do Static and Gear, but they fuse together into a two-headed flaming shadow beast. The pair weren't ever given their own supervillain name, so what should we call them? E-Streak? Hotbon? I kind of like Hotbon. And didn't stick around for very long, as they were caught in an explosion on board a ship that sank into the ocean. Did Ebon and Hotstreak survive? One of the final shots of the episode shows a flaming whirlpool in the sea, but it was never confirmed. However, in 2021, DC Comics decided to revive the Milestone brand and launched a new miniseries, Static Season 1. And this series brought over a number of the original Bang Babies made for the show, like Talon and Shiv. Ebon also made his comic book.
That was made by Nicholas J. Bravey. I got those books.
Last issue,
or comics.
He was looking for his brother. Now, this series modernized Static and the Bang Babies' origins. Instead of gang violence, the Bang Babies were created when a Black Lives Matter protest was gassed by the authorities. When they realized that their experimental new weapon was creating superpowered people, shadowy agencies started kidnapping the Bang Babies to experiment on them. Rubber Band Man was one of the people that had been kidnapped. In the follow-up series, Static Shadows of Dakota, Ebon took a central role. There, Ebon isn't a gang leader. If anything, he works alone and he's not interested in crime or building a reputation for himself. He's a dark vigilante looking for his brother, and he avenges murdered Bang Babies. He's a very obvious parallel to Static, the literal personification of darkness, versus Static as the light. Ebon proposes that the two team up, but when Static disapproves of his methods and refuses, Ebon decides that if Static isn't part of the solution, then he's part of the problem. After a brief conflict, Static persuades Ebon to be more compassionate, to avoid killing, and they both work to free Rubber Band Man. This doesn't mean that Ebon has gone soft. He has no problems with trouncing agents, but he doesn't go too far. By cooperating with Static, Ebon is reunited with his brother, and Ebon vows to help Rubber Band Man rebuild his life. Once their rescue mission is complete, Ebon thanks Static, but makes it clear that they aren't friends. He says he will step away and let Static do his thing, but he will return if he's needed, and he won't hesitate to bloody his hands if needs be. There's an awful lot more to this version of the character, even if his characterization is a bit on the nose. And it is kind of funny that those 7 comic books did more for his character than 4 seasons of Static Shock did. At the same time, I think I prefer his cartoon original. In the cartoon, Ebon wasn't complicated, and I felt that was part of the point. He was a clear, confident embodiment of evil, selfish, manipulative, and hungry for control. But when he was reimagined in the comics as a brooding vigilante, it's a richer characterization, sure, but it also reflects a modern trend, this need to redeem or reinterpret villains as misunderstood heroes. There's value in this approach, but something gets lost too, I think. Not every villain needs to be noble to be interesting. Sometimes the purity of their evil says more about the world around them than a rewritten backstory ever could. Making him a misunderstood anti-hero gives him emotional shading, certainly, but it also risks sanding off the sharp edges that made him the standout villain of the show in the first place. There's a certain power in letting villains be villains. Ebon chose to rule through fear. He chose to pull people into his darkness. That's what made him frightening, especially for a show that spoke to kids learning about right and wrong in clear terms. If you rewrite that as moral confusion, I think that something gets lost. At the end of the day, Ebon's evil wasn't misunderstood. It was a deliberate choice on his part. He could have taken those powers and done something worthwhile with them, as Static did, but instead he indulged his petty fantasies. He tried to exert his will over others. Without his powers, he felt like he was a nobody, but the harsh reality is that his powers didn't make him significant. He was still the same small-time hood, just with spooky powers. Ebon didn't need a redemption arc. He already played his part. The bad influence, the shadow on the wall, the guy you weren't supposed to follow, and I think that was enough. Not every villain needs saving. Some just need to stay in the dark. Okay, that's it for this week's essay. If you liked the video, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, leave a comment, tell all your friends about me. You know how YouTube works. If you really enjoyed the video and have the means, please consider making use of the thanks button to send a buck or two my way, because every little helps. I offer channel memberships for $1.99 a month. This will get you early access to my weekly video essay, priority responses to your comments, members-only videos, custom emojis, and an icon on your profile indicating that you're one of my people. And special thanks to my channel members. Everyone who was a member at the time of this video's creation is listed on the screen right now. If you want to see your name amongst all these wonderful people, join the channel now. Next time. When I return on Monday, I will conclude my look at the characters of Justice League Gods and Monsters. I'll be talking about their version of the Cape Crusader, Kirk Langstrom, the Batman. And next Friday, I'll be returning to the world of Superman the Animated Series to talk about the creepy alien parasite Unity. Hope to see you then.
Mob Psycho 100 is one of the best anime to come out of recent memory, chock full of fantastic storytelling, stellar animation, and overall very good production. But if you were to ask me if there was anything to note about this show that is particularly amazing, I would say that this anime has some insane character writing. Mob Psycho 100's author, One, known for his more popular mainstream IP, One Punch Man, has a very unique ability to be able to tell ridiculous and over-the-top premises with a very real and genuine human heart. I cannot think of many stories that is able to portray such genuine portraits of people and the struggles they go through in life quite like how One does it. I think it's widely agreed upon that Mob Psycho 100 is probably One's greatest work in terms of character writing. And much thanks to the amazing anime adaptation made by Studio Bones, it has gotten a lot of well-deserved recognition.
Is that accurate?
Our protagonist, Shigeo Kageyama, aka Mob, has a very personal journey of maturity and growth throughout the show, and subverts a lot of the tropes told in both popular anime and supernatural stories similar to the show. Instead of Mob using incredible psychic powers as a way of fulfilling some sort of power fantasy for the author or audience, One instead decides to use these powers as a narrative device to show character development and introspection for Mob's emotions. In fact, in the story itself, Mob consistently emphasizes the fact that he does not want to use his powers as a way of gaining popularity or try to stand out from the crowd. Instead, he takes a different approach. He doesn't want his powers to be what defines him. So, to figure out what he should do, he consults a stranger that he thinks might be able to understand his particular struggles. Enter stage left, Arataka, Reagan. In a cast full of lovable and well-written characters, I consider Reagan to be a shining example of One's storytelling and character writing, and I know for a fact that I am not alone in this opinion. After all, he is undeniably the most popular character from the show, what with his charisma carrying many moments throughout and just straight up having some of the best scenes. I could go on and on about his popularity on the internet and the reasons as to why he's so prevalent, but this video is not about that. I want to talk about one particular arc in the second season that not only solidified Reagan as an easy favorite of mine, but also as one of the best and most relatable characters to me. Now, I don't think I need to explain who Reagan is, since I assumed you guys clicked on this video fully aware of Mob Psycho 100 and Reagan's character, but just in case you did not, last spoiler warning, read the sign, it's right here, you can read it. Anyway, moving on. I first watched this show with my brothers when the first season was still fairly new, and I enjoyed it a lot. Back then, however, as much as I liked Mob, I still considered One Punch Man to be better, since I think at the time it was closer to my heart, and I guess I was more into the action and hype of One Punch Man compared to Mob. But all of that drastically changed when Season 2 was released. Quick little side tangent, I'm the oldest of the 3 brothers in my family. Like most nerd siblings, sometimes we just watch stuff together, and unlike me, who took a bit longer to really fall in love with Mob Psycho, my middle brother pretty much took no time to be obsessed with the show. Last time I checked, I'm pretty sure this is still his favorite anime of all time, if not top 3 at least. Everything about Mob's character just resonated with him, from the way his mannerisms were, the emotional struggles he goes through, and just the way that he usually handles himself in tense situations. In a lot of ways, I see my little brother a lot in Mob, and I think that's really cool. However, I didn't personally understand this kind of feeling myself until I got to my favorite arc in Season 2, starting at Episode 6, Poor Lonely Whitey. The arc starts with showing us a glimpse into Reagan's past as he quits his job as a salesman and decides to move to a new apartment on a whim. He has no real plans or ambitions at this point, and somehow ends up starting a fake psychic business and becomes the charismatic conman we all know and love today. After this initial flashback, we then get to see Mob make some significant progress on his own growth, setting new personal records at the Body Improvement Club, spending time with new friends, and gaining more confidence, as Dimple himself points out. However, Reagan then summons Mob on short notice while he is having fun with everyone, and forces him to help him take care of an exorcism, as he usually does. However, this time, Reagan and Mob have an argument, causing Reagan to say some pretty nasty things to Mob, telling him that he shouldn't have anyone in his life keeping him down from his work, and he is letting people use him. Very ironic statement. And Mob doesn't let this behavior slide and ends up taking some time away from Reagan afterward. Once Mob leaves and Reagan is left all alone in his office, things really start taking an interesting turn. Up until this point in the story, we almost always see things through Mob's perspective. It makes sense after all, he is the protagonist of the story. But for this arc, the show decides to do something different and have Reagan be the focus as we see him struggle with Mob's absence, and we get to see even more of his personal life. And if I may be real for a second, I cannot stress how relatable these next few scenes are for me. The way that Reagan comes home to an empty, dark apartment and just sits there doing nothing. The moment where he checks his emails, remembering his own birthday, and reads the depressing and sobering email from his mother, telling him to try to reconsider his career choices and look for a real job. The whole scene where he sits in a bar listening to the regular's problems and explains how they're probably the closest thing to friends he has. Dude, what else is there to say, man? It's honestly no surprise that Reagan has a crash out after the bar scene and even has a full-on existential crisis. After having the crash out and quote-unquote getting over it, Reagan decides to lock in and doubles down on becoming a new version of himself, a new Arataka Reagan. From here on out, he goes on an insane success spree and gains popularity like never before, taking new types of jobs that he's capable of and even getting a chance to be on live television. There is a lot I can say about this part of the arc, but honestly I feel like I would just be adding drops to the already existing Mob Psycho 100 video essay bucket, especially when there's already an amazing video analysis by Kyle Robes about Reagan on YouTube, and I highly recommend you check out this guy. I am very much inspired by his work. He does insane editing and even makes his own music, so yeah. If you guys want more professional analysis and perspective on this arc, I definitely recommend you go check this one out. But to quickly summarize for the folks at home, Reagan gets in over his head and ends up digging his own grave in front of a live audience, forcing his new gained popularity to plummet and also causing him to lose even more connections with the people he knew. We see even more aspects of Reagan's personal life in a much more depressing light. He can't even enter his own home in peace without the press harassing him. He receives another email from his mother, giving him a pre-written apology letter and urging him to come home for a family meeting. None of the bar regulars trust him and basically reject him immediately. Reagan is left with nothing, and nowhere to run away to. Eventually, he reluctantly agrees to hold a press conference to address the many allegations people have against him, and as a last attempt to clear his name. During this conference, he answers many questions in his usual calm demeanor, at least until he is hit with the blast from the past. One of the reporters brings up his old graduation paper and states Reagan once said that he wanted to be somebody. What does it mean to be somebody? To Reagan, I'm sure he really wanted to find his own answer, which is why I believe he decided that he just wasn't built for the same cookie-cutter Japanese salesman life that everyone else seemed to do. Instead, he decided to become a fake psychic who took care of jobs that nobody else would bother do. And despite all the actual good that he has done for his customers and friends, you can tell that Reagan, despite his attitude and presentation, doesn't actually fully own and accept praise for any of the things that he has done for others. He is, I guess, a good person for that, but for me personally, that stuff is just so relatable to me, man. In a world full of powerful espers and people who are definitely more remarkable than him, Reagan stands as a very weird character. He has no powers or psychic ability, but he is still undeniably a very valuable character to the main cast because of his wisdom and charisma, a valuable friend and pillar for Mob. But this arc managed to take that dynamic between Reagan and Mob to the next level and explore how not only is Reagan integral to Mob's growth and character, but also how Mob is just as important to Reagan. Without Mob, Reagan would not have continued any of his fake psychic business, and he most likely would have moved on to a different gig, or just winded up working a completely normal job. But thanks to Mob, he stayed and became an undeniably better person as a result. And I think there's something about that that's genuinely beautiful. Even though I'm sure Reagan from 3 years ago never would have thought he would be going on all these crazy adventures, helping out this insanely overpowered kid figure out how to use his powers, I'm also more than certain that Reagan does not regret a thing. Even though it took Reagan in a completely different direction in life than he had planned, he still managed to utilize his skills in life to help people who needed him and develop bonds that I'm sure he will carry for a very long time. When Reagan stands at the bridge with Mob and asks him if he knew who he really was, I think Reagan was seeking validation from the one person he needed the most. Not from any of the press, or his clients, or even his own mother. At that moment, he needed to be seen by the person that he had been working so hard for, to be seen as someone. And at that moment, Mob had every right to call him out as a fraud or as a liar. But despite all of his flaws and failings, Mob instead decides to hit Reagan with the same message he was given all of those years ago. It doesn't matter who you are or what you have done in the past, because in that moment, Reagan finally recognized that he messed up for trying to bring down Mob. And in the end, he's still obviously his friend. Despite everything, Reagan is still a genuinely good guy. It's very rare that I rewatch this scene without tearing up at least a little bit. It's just such a fantastic way to end the arc, and it still gets me every time. The camera angles, the voice acting, and just the way that Mob tells Reagan happy birthday at the very end. Oh, dude, that's so good. I still remember finishing this arc for the first time and just being floored. I didn't know what to think at the time. However, now that enough time has passed since then, I think I have more concrete thoughts and takeaways that I can properly put into words about what this arc means to me. Even though I don't think my own words can do it justice, regardless, I will try. Recently, I had the wonderful privilege of being able to graduate as a university student. An achievement that, and I'll be fully honest, I believe wouldn't be possible a few times. Now that I'm finally at a point in my life where I am free from academics, I am now faced with new problems and trials as an adult. What kind of career path do I take? What do I do with the next 4 years of my life? Who do I stay in contact with? Who am I? Even though I cannot say that I can completely relate to Reagan in terms of throwing away everything to start a business of his own, I can still say I can understand the concept of feeling like you are flailing around like an idiot without knowing what you are doing. I'm about to get really personal here, so I apologize ahead of time, but bear with me here. I don't think I've ever talked about the origins of my YouTube journey in a video before, but in case some of you are not in the know, I usually work on fighting game content on my other channel. However, the entire process of me working on FGC content was a result of me walking off the beaten path. I had no plans to make gaming content seriously. My dream was to create a YouTube channel that was focused on video essays and yapping content about anime and random stuff I liked. Then one day, on a pure whim, I decided to work on fighting game videos, since it was a hobby that I happened to enjoy, and I just happened to have a bunch of funny footage lying around while my editing muscles were wasting away, doing nothing. I worked on some edits and montages, uploaded them, and a few of my videos actually managed to gain traction somehow, and, well, here we are. I'm not going to pretend like I'm some sort of big shot, but I will say reaching 2K subs on a fighting game channel was something I never thought would actually happen, let alone in less than 2 years. And the fact that I have gotten to meet so many other content creators and wonderful, talented people is also something I never thought would actually happen. I'm going to be totally honest here, I still find myself struggling with the same problems I had before I started working on content. When I look at what I have done in the past year and whatever accomplishments and praise that I have received, I don't really see myself worthy of these things. I'm not an artist or an animator or even a top-level player in the competitive scene. I'm just an editor who works on projects on my channel. Hell, regardless of what other people say, I don't even think I'm that good of an editor. And even though there are times when I have to be honest with myself and be reminded that I have done some very cool things, my brain still refuses to let me think that, like, I'm just all that. It just doesn't happen. I hope you guys understand that this isn't some way of boosting my humility. No, this isn't about that. Like Reagan, I also deeply struggle with my own form of imposter syndrome with a lot of things that I do. Like him, I also am the type of person to try to fix things with my own hands and try to make something work, even if it doesn't logically seem possible.
Yeah,
And even though I'm not in a world full of psychics and espers, the mental struggles and problems that Reagan goes through hit closer to home than I ever thought they would. I love this character, and I adore this arc. Everything about the way that the show presents and handles Reagan just speaks to me in so many ways that I feel like I still haven't fully articulated yet, but I hope you guys have an idea now. Even though I still have many personal doubts and fears that I continue to struggle with, I hope that one day, like Reagan, I can learn how to fully appreciate the people and blessings given to me, regardless of my circumstances, whether they be good or bad. Thank you all for watching, and a final thank you to One for creating what I believe to be the best arc in Mob Psycho 100.
Wow, that was definitely personable.
You made it to the end. Thank you. Really, it means a lot. If you enjoyed what you watched and want to see more of this kind of stuff, feel free to leave a like, subscribe, and comment. I read every single one you guys leave down there, so yeah, it means a lot. And check out my socials in the description if you guys want updates, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Good video. It was though, wasn't it? I feel like I got somewhat of that too, man. I think it's easy to, in some cases, have imposter syndrome.
What is it about Hollywood movies that draws the audience into the shots? Of course, cameras, lenses, lighting, and performance play a major part, but at the core of a great shot lies a great composition. So in this video, we'll look into the art of composition and find out how it can help you become a better filmmaker. I'll show you 7 cinematic composition techniques used by some of the best Hollywood filmmakers. These are things you can start applying to your own work right now and bring a whole new level of creativity to your filmmaking. Composition is the way elements of a scene are arranged within the camera frame. In a nutshell, what is in the frame and where is it located? And although that sounds very simple, a certain frame or a thought-out composition can draw you into the story, make it more impactful, and make something appear more cinematic. It's all about directing the viewer's eye. Let's begin with one of the most essential elements of composition, focal points. Focal points or points of interest can be used to draw the attention of your viewer to a specific part of the frame. Where does your eye naturally get drawn to in this shot? The composition of the shot pulls your attention to the focal point. Focal points are highly effective in wide shots. Filmmakers often opt for a minimal shot to eliminate any distractions. This directs the viewer's eye straight to the focal point. But even in busier frames, when your frame has a dominant subject or focal point, the audience will know exactly where to look and what is important in the shot. Usually these focal points are used together with other compositional guidelines such as the rule of thirds. The rule of thirds is one of the most common and important compositional guidelines that you'll find in cinematography. This rule breaks your frame into thirds with 2 horizontal lines and 2 vertical lines. The 4 intersecting points of these lines are fantastic areas of the frame to place your subject or focal point. This is because the viewer's eyes are naturally drawn to these points, and it will create a much more appealing shot. Just watch any Hollywood movie and you'll notice that the main subjects are almost always placed on one of these points. But you'll also see focal points placed on other compositional techniques such as the golden triangle. Here, a diagonal is drawn from one corner of the frame to the other, and then lines from the other two corners towards that line. This creates two balanced focal points within a shot. Framing the subject in the center of the shot can communicate that this is a person of authority, but it also works great when the person is talking directly into the camera.
It is.
For teaching or informing the viewer about something, like right now when I'm talking to you guys. Another technique to pull the viewer's attention to your subject or help your storytelling is the use of leading lines. Simply put, leading lines are natural lines in your frame that will lead the audience attention towards your subject. These lines can be stairways, bridges, roads, hallways, buildings, you name it. A lot of films use leading lines to show where a character might be going, and the lines in the frame will literally lead you to that point. But breaking this rule by using chaotic lines can convey a sense of confusion or disorder in a scene. So leading lines not only help the look of your shot, but also improve your storytelling. Also, the distribution of space within a frame is important for the story you're trying to tell or the emotion you're trying to create. Positive space is the area in the frame given to the subject, and negative space is the empty space around them. The relationship between these two can create different moods within a shot or a scene. If the subject is larger in the frame, it can be a sign of how important they are. Extremely wide shots with lots of negative space can represent the subject's isolation or vulnerability and make them feel smaller. Extreme close-ups where the subject takes up almost the entire frame can show their power, but also draw you into their emotion.
1 second, y'all. I just noticed that the this is up really loud. I'm actually gonna stream for quite a little bit longer because I want to finish this page, to be honest with you, because today's the 16th. I gotta finish a page, so I'm not gonna go to sleep on this. So we're gonna finish this page. But yeah, I think this video is really good for like just manga panels in general as well, because I would say manga pages, because you want to like read, like the readability of how you scroll and look for stuff is very important. And then also just what to think about. I think, like I said, this works really good for animation. You have to kind of eat the meat, spit out the bones with comics, because people read the panel, but also you have text that's covering it. So it's that part is tough, where you can have those things that you're talking about. You have leading lines, but then you have to like put text where it makes sense as well. So you can still have that negative, like you want to still keep a little bit of remaining negative space, and also like enough fill space where it makes sense. Like even where I have this, where I have it now, he mentioned like having a close-up or having like a medium to a close shot shows the character's importance, and I did that here where you could see the main character out of this whole page. We blew up this particular character right here because we want to establish that it's important, right? But you also have these balloons that you have to deal with to not lose a lot of that. So I try to keep the negative space here and kept the face here, and just gave it a good angle to you know, give a representation of importance. Her kind of looking back is like almost like a you know, I want to do it, but I don't like doing this type of thing. That's why she phrases it in the narration. I hate going to the grocery store, but she's going anyway, you know. She's going anyway. So much like me. I don't like going to the grocery store all the time, but I go. I have to. Anyway, continue with the video, Ronnie.
The position of this negative space can also have an effect on the feeling of a shot, which brings us to headroom and looking room. Headroom is the amount of negative space above a subject's head. Usually headroom is kept to a minimum. Lead room or looking room is the amount of negative space in front of the subject. This is usually more than the amount of negative space behind the subject. Also here, the rule of thirds can be of help. Placing your subject's eyes on an intersecting point of the rule of thirds will almost always give you the perfect headroom and lead room. You will also see this being applied when a subject is moving. There will be lead room, usually 2/3 of the frame, in the direction in which the subject is moving. Breaking these rules can create intriguing shots and evoke certain emotions. Giving your subject an abnormal amount of headroom can make them seem uncomfortable, small, or insignificant. When a subject is given a small amount of lead room, it can communicate that they are lost, trapped, or isolated. And even if the audience doesn't consciously realize what the filmmaker intended, awkward compositions are extremely effective in conveying these emotions. When it comes to mastering the art of composition in cinematography, having access to great references is key. And that's exactly where the sponsor of this video, Frameset, comes in. If you don't know Frameset, it's basically an incredibly useful online library with a huge collection of over 500,000 assets from movies, commercials, and music videos. One of the most valuable things about Frameset is that it organizes images in a way that makes it easy to search for specific styles, but also, for example, search by particular cinematographers. Frameset gives you the option to enter up to 20 different filters to really fine-tune what you might be looking for. A filter that I use a lot is frame size. So let's say I want to look for medium and medium wide shots. And I also want the shot to only have one person. Now I can even add a composition filter, for example, symmetrical shots. And right away, Frameset is showing me a bunch of great shots I could use as inspiration for future projects. If you also want to start using Frameset to access tons and tons of reference images, all you need to do is click the link in the description and use the code STAN10 for a 10% discount. No matter how you compose your shot, a good rule of thumb is that your frame should be balanced. When comparing these two shots, you can automatically sense which one of these is balanced or unbalanced. In an unbalanced image, one side of the frame feels heavier than the other. And even though a viewer doesn't necessarily know what it is that is wrong, they can feel that something is off. Adding something to the other side of the frame can help bring balance to a shot. Again, the rule of thirds can be helpful with bringing balance to your image. When you're shooting interviews or dialogue, the ideal location to place your subject's eyes is on the upper horizontal line. And you'll see this over and over again in almost all Hollywood films. For wider frames or shots with horizons, placing your subject on one of the two horizontal lines can bring balance to your shot, whereas placing it in the middle often makes a frame less interesting. Balance can also mean symmetry. The human mind naturally loves order and balance, and that is why we are drawn to the beauty of symmetry. Having both sides of your frame match each other in some way or another is visually pleasing to our eye. Breaking the rules of balance and opting for an unbalanced frame can make the audience uneasy. It's all about what you're trying to tell with the shot. The technique of framing within a frame is a powerful way to direct focus to your subject while helping convey your story visually. This can be done in many different ways by triangles, circles, squares, and so on. A frame within a frame gives the viewer a smaller area of focus within a shot and puts emphasis on what or who is important within the scene. Framing a subject can help evoke certain emotions. A small frame can make the audience feel uncomfortable and claustrophobic. By using a frame within a frame, filmmakers can create a sense of separation between the audience and the characters, making the audience feel like they are distant spectators of the scene. And the use of frames is also a great way to add depth to a shot. Which brings us to one of the most important compositional methods in cinematography, depth. In filmmaking, we're representing three-dimensional space in a two-dimensional medium, and the best way to do this is by making use of depth. You can divide space into three sections: foreground, midground, and background. These sections can then be used to layer a composition. Shallow depth of field can be used to separate the subject from the background and provide more emphasis to that subject. Naturally, the viewer's eyes will get drawn to whatever is in focus, and blurring out the background can also remove any distractions from an otherwise busy scene. Pulling your subject away from the background helps in creating depth within the shot. If you film someone directly up against the wall, the image will have absolutely no depth. So even if you're shooting in a very small space, try putting your subject as far away from the background as possible, or shoot into a corner of the room. This will naturally create more depth in your shot. Adding something to the foreground will also add depth to an image. Even smaller out-of-focus objects will add another visual layer to the shot. The image will then have foreground, midground, typically the subject, and background, and these layers create depth. And a technique you'll see a lot of filmmakers use to draw attention to a specific object in the shot is by pulling focus from one thing to another. You might not become aware of something until the moment when the camera focuses on it. It will automatically tell us what is important and what we need to be looking at. Another beautiful way films can draw our attention to a certain subject in the frame is by using color and contrast. Filmmakers can use color in the frame to direct the viewer's eye. They can make a subject stand out very obviously by having them in a certain color. In monochromatic shots, the dark subjects are being separated from the colored background, drawing your attention to them. And using complementary colors can be a great way to separate your subject from the background and emphasize them in the shot. Similar to color, contrast can be used to organize and define a shot's composition. Our eyes are naturally drawn to the brightest parts of an image, so having your subject lit and surrounded by darkness will help keep the audience's focus on them. But the opposite is also true. The character as a silhouette will make them stand out against a bright background. Now, there is no doubt that all of these techniques, rules, or methods can help you improve your cinematography. But a very important thing to keep in mind is that there is no such thing as right or wrong in filmmaking. There's only more interesting and less interesting. So whatever compositional technique you're using, just make sure it's interesting.
2017's Power Rangers was a film that had a lot of hype leading up to its release, but once it came out, it was quickly forgotten by a majority of moviegoers. Although it may have its fans and staunch supporters, it certainly didn't kickstart the franchise that the filmmakers and studios hoped it would, and we never got to see the sequel that was teased at the end of the film. So today, I want to take a look at the history of this film, discover why it never got a follow-up, and offer some of my personal thoughts on the movie. In May of 2014, the owners behind the Power Rangers property, Saban Capital Group, partnered with Lionsgate Films to announce a live-action movie based on the iconic franchise. From the start, these companies' mission was to launch a film series with this movie. Soon after this announcement, X-Men: The First Class writers, Ashley Miller and Zach Stentz, were hired to write the script. However, this script was shot down by the studios. Max Landis then proposed a Power Rangers script, but it too was shot down, as the studios were looking for something with a grittier tone. Officially, 2017's Power Rangers has 8 different credited writers. These consisted of 3 credits for the original characters and series the movie is based on, John Gatins being credited for the screenplay, and 4 other writers receiving a story by credit. Among those writers, we have the iconic duo of Matt Sazama and Burke Sharpless, who are the masterminds behind Morbius and Madam Web. In April of 2015, Dean Israelite was hired to direct the picture, who was just coming off his directorial debut with Project Almanac. Towards the end of 2015, the cast was beginning to assemble. The film has a mix of veteran actors and up-and-comers, such as Dacre Montgomery, R.J. Kyler, Naomi Scott, and Ludi Lin. Elizabeth Banks was brought on to play the villain, Rita Repulsa. Bill Hader was attached to voice Alpha 5, and Bryan Cranston was cast to play Zordon. Bryan Cranston was actually no stranger to the franchise, as he previously played the characters of Snizzard and Twin Man in the original series. Principal photography kicked off in Vancouver, Canada in late February of 2016, and wrapped a couple months later in May. However, some reshoots took place in October of 2016. By the end of production, the budget was calculated to be around $100 million, not including marketing and distribution. To help promote the film, Saban and Lionsgate went all out with the additional media and product tie-ins. Power Rangers had a product tie-in with Build-A-Bear Workshop and Krispy Kreme, which also has some heavy product placement in the film. As for additional media, we got a graphic novel titled Power Rangers Aftershock, a PvP mobile game titled Power Rangers Legacy Wars, and of course, tons and tons of toys and merchandise, which are a staple of the franchise. They even teamed up with Dude Perfect to market this movie. I mean, they really wanted a franchise out of this thing. Power Rangers had a pretty solid debut on March 24th, grossing $40 million in its opening weekend. However, it was still second in the box office, right behind Disney's live-action Beauty and the Beast. After the hype died down the following weekend, it had a drop of 64% and would only go down from there. In its entire US run, the film made $85 million, and overseas it made $56 million, for a total worldwide gross of $142 million. This may look good when you compare it to the initial $100 million budget. However, when you factor in that movies need to double to triple their budget in order to break even, it tells a different story. TheNumbers.com estimated the film may have lost around $74 million. However, this estimate may not be entirely accurate, since the film reportedly had record-breaking merchandise sales. As for the reviews, it was a bit mixed. The critic score on Rotten Tomatoes is rotten at 51%, but the audience score is fresh at 65%. Furthermore, IMDb has it at 5.9 out of 10, and Letterboxd has it at a 2.5 out of 10. So the reviews and box office were both pretty mediocre. Not the best, but also not a total disaster. But was it bad enough to cancel the sequels? During a conference call to analysts in 2016, Lionsgate CEO John Feltheimer stated that he could see them doing 5 or 6 or 7 Power Rangers movies. This seemed to be the consensus across these studios, as the founder of Saban Entertainment corroborated that they had a 6-movie story arc already planned. But they seemed to put the horse before the carriage, as these plans were made before the first film even came out. And once it did hit theaters, these plans quickly changed. Following the disappointing box office, many people predicted that the second film would be dropped. But as stated earlier, the merchandise sales might have given the sequels some hope. In an interview with Screen Rant posted on June 26 of 2017, director Dean Israelite revealed that he would like to include the fan-favorite villain, Lord Zed, in the sequel. But he never confirmed whether this sequel was greenlit or not, and it was dependent on how the home video sales would do. As for those sales, it did show a glimmer of hope, as it held the #1 spot in home media sales and rentals in the first week. But evidently, it wasn't enough, as in August of 2017, Saban abandoned its trademark for the film's logo and sent out this statement: Power Rangers continues to own and renew hundreds of trademark registrations worldwide, including for the 2017 movie logo. The trademark registration process is very nuanced, and the status of the single application has no bearing on our ownership or the future plans for Power Rangers, as the story inaccurately reported. The franchise remains as strong and enthusiastic about its future as ever. It's funny that they added that last sentence, because just a couple months later, in the beginning of 2018, Saban Brands sold Power Rangers and their other entertainment assets to Hasbro for $500 million. So 1 year after Power Rangers flopped in theaters, the rights were now in the hands of Hasbro, and in August of 2018, Hasbro announced they were working on a sequel to the 2017 film. We got more news in 2019 when there were rumors that Hasbro was working with Paramount Pictures on the sequel. However, Hasbro changed their mind, because later in the year, these sequel talks turned into reboot talks instead. The reboot would have Jonathan Entwistle at the helm, with a script written by Patrick Burley. The story was said to involve a time travel element that brings the kids to the 1990s, and Back to the Future fashion, they have to find a way to get back to their present. However, this version was dropped as well, and in 2020, Brian Edward Hill was brought in to write a new script. But these plans were also scrapped, and the last news we have on a new Power Rangers project were from June of this year, when Hasbro announced that they were looking to move forward with the project alongside a different creative partner. So as of this video, a new Power Rangers movie is in limbo, and there's no telling where the franchise might go. However, after the success of Barbie, I feel like Hasbro has the confidence to do whatever they want with this property. So I have hope that we will hear more news soon. In my opinion, 2017's Power Rangers is a film that is just slightly below average. It has some redeeming qualities, and there's sections of this movie that are really entertaining, but it just has too many poor qualities holding it down that I can't in sound body and mind call it a good film. Oddly enough, this movie reminded me a lot of 2013's The Lone Ranger, because in that film, John Reed doesn't truly become the Lone Ranger until the last 30 minutes of the movie, and that's when the movie starts to get good. It's the exact same case with Power Rangers. They don't morph into the Power Rangers until the last 30 minutes of the movie, and that's when the movie starts to get good. I'm not trying to sound like a guy whose brain has been melted by social media and Marvel movies, where I can only pay attention to a movie unless there's big explosions and fight scenes, but come on. For a movie called Power Rangers, I wanted to see some goddamn Power Rangers. Yeah, it was important to set up the characters and their arcs, but I think they should have started morphing way sooner. It's glaringly obvious that they were saving the budget for the last 30 minutes. I felt like they were trying too hard to be like the MCU, and this is very evident through the costumes. I did not like these suits at all, and the Red Ranger in particular looks like an Iron Man wannabe, but that's just my opinion. One of the biggest flaws for me was the inconsistent tone. This movie couldn't decide if it wanted to be a serious, gritty blockbuster or lean into its campy roots and be an over-the-top action flick. While walking that fine line, the film doesn't fully commit to either one, which leaves it feeling not fully realized. When I was a kid, I was a casual Power Rangers fan. You know, I had a few toys, I watched a bit of the series, and I enjoyed that one movie from 1995. That being said, I'm not claiming to be a hardcore fan that can have the authority to speak on what this franchise is supposed to be like. However, the one thing I do remember about the property is that it was always pretty campy. It had over-the-top action, cheesy dialogue, ridiculous costumes, and zany villains. Working within this area is when the property is at its best, in my opinion. I think the 2017 film should have fully committed to that campy style that the series is known for. I mean, let's be honest. Power Rangers is a silly concept, and to try and portray it in a realistic or serious manner just doesn't work. For example, my favorite part was when they were rushing off to battle and we got the classic theme song to accompany it. That was awesome. But unfortunately, they didn't fully commit and they only played it for like 15 seconds. By not committing to this style, it left the film looking like just another run-of-the-mill forgettable blockbuster. You could put on any Transformers movie or one of those live-action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and most people couldn't tell the difference. There were moments when you could see this wacky side come through, particularly when Elizabeth Banks was on screen, and she really understood what this film should have been. And that leads into what I liked about this movie. Elizabeth Banks was really fun, and the final battle at the end was pretty entertaining. I thought a lot of the character work in the first two acts was solid, even though it was pretty cliche, and it was great to see this group bond over the film. But even though this film is entertaining at parts and some people enjoyed it, it certainly wasn't strong enough to launch a franchise. You need to have a solid foundation before you can start to build a house. 2017's Power Rangers is yet another example on why you need to prioritize creating one good film over trying to create a whole franchise. In an effort to copy the success of the MCU, the filmmakers behind Power Rangers ended up with a box office bomb and a mediocre film. And sadly, no franchise to show for it. But what are your thoughts on 2017's Power Rangers? Did you like it, hate it, or just think it was okay? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. This has been Tom from Eisenhower Productions, and thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next week.
Avengers! When Marvel released Avengers Endgame in 2019, it was the epic peak of the MCU.
Assemble.
The movie brought together every superhero in the cinematic MCU into one universe-wide battle, and fans couldn't wait to see how the Infinity Saga would end.
Rarely do you get an opportunity as a filmmaker to work on movies that are cultural events like this.
But after Endgame, Marvel had a problem. This happened to Iron Man.
He can rest now.
And Captain America turned into this guy.
Maybe I'll try some of that life Tony was telling me to get.
For the first time in more than a decade, the MCU was a clean slate. So what was next?
There are more projects in less years because of all the amazing stuff we're now allowed to do on Disney+.
Yes, we got a lot of content fast. Marvel released 10 movies and 10 miniseries in just 3 years. Yet, strangely enough, it feels like all the content is going nowhere. But why? For years, Marvel cultivated the characters of their main franchise heroes, namely the leaders of the superheroes, Iron Man and Captain America. When we first met Tony Stark, he was nothing more than an irresponsible rich playboy. But then, he gets a wake-up call. When he's kidnapped by terrorists, it forces him to start becoming more responsible, and we see him take control of his life.
I am Iron Man.
As we see Iron Man more and more, we watch him struggle with his major flaw, selfishness. But over time, we see him grow, like the time he decides to sacrifice himself by grabbing a nuke and sending it through the portal to save New York City. Here, Tony was no longer the guy who would always put himself first. Tony matures over time, even helping heroes like Spider-Man. By the time we see him in Endgame, he's willing to sacrifice everything to save the people that the world lost in Infinity War. In an ultimate act of selflessness, with limited options left, he sacrificed himself. Marvel introduced Steve Rogers as Captain America not long after Iron Man, but he was almost the exact opposite of Tony. He wants nothing more than to sacrifice himself for his country during World War II.
Come on, there are men laying down their lives. I got no right to do any less than them.
But he isn't healthy enough to be a soldier. So he takes an experimental serum to make him strong, and he sacrifices himself to take down a plane carrying weapons of mass destruction.
Steve?
He survived, of course, and we saw him take charge and become a confident leader. But when the arcs of Iron Man and Captain America concluded, Marvel had to find new stars for their franchises. Like Falcon, the former sidekick to Captain America. He was a familiar face, but we didn't learn much about who he was, besides a veteran with a troubled past.
You lose someone? My wingman, Riley.
Then, at the end of Endgame, Steve passes along his shield to Falcon. Suddenly, a sidekick was supposed to become Captain America. But how would Marvel transform Captain America's friend into Captain America himself? Enter a new miniseries, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. From the first episode, we do get to know Falcon a little better. We see more of his backstory and his family life in his home state of Louisiana. But the central issue of the series is Falcon's reluctance to accept the Captain America shield and fill Steve's place.
Feels like it belongs to someone else.
Falcon was afraid he couldn't live up to Steve's legacy, but the series establishes this problem almost too well, to the point where they can't stop mentioning Steve and how special he was.
Steve represented the best in all of us. Steve did not put you in jail.
But there has never been another Steve Rogers, has there?
Most of the series ends up focusing a lot more on who Steve was, instead of who Falcon is or will become. So when he finally does accept the shield near the end of the series, it feels rushed. The moment feels like a letdown because it's missing a key element that both Iron Man and Captain America had in their first movies.
You've got to do better.
A dramatic wake-up call when they decide to become the hero.
I hate
Tony
when
was
they do
kidnapped
that
by
to both.
terrorists. Steve sacrifices his life, but Falcon almost just wandered into the decision. Like he made the choice off-screen and then told us about it. And in a way, it's still about Steve.
It doesn't matter what Steve thought.
So Falcon ends up feeling like he's still a side character for most of his own series. And after Endgame, a lot of new characters entered the MCU, like Shang-Chi, the Eternals, and the Marvels. But with these characters, it feels like the MCU is aiming for quantity over quality. Before Endgame, Marvel had a storyline centered around 6 major heroes who made up the original Avengers. Marvel focused on developing these key heroes, so we became more invested in them, and it was a lot easier to get behind them.
Kevin, you put us in a position where we lived our lives looking at each other in the eyes and playing these big stakes moments and being in trouble together and saving each other and worrying about each other.
Now there are a lot of characters to go around, but there's no Iron Man figure to lead Marvel into a new era, or a Captain America figure to unite the heroes. And the issue isn't that the characters aren't interesting. Take Shang-Chi, for example. He was just a normal guy until we learn he's the son of a terrorist leader. We see him transform from a guy who ran away from his problem as a teen to a determined man ready to take on his father to protect a village.
You trained your son to be a killer. Is this what you wanted?
It was great, at least as a standalone movie. The problem is that we aren't seeing how Shang-Chi's character is relevant to any other characters in the MCU. Since it was released in 2021, none of the other movies and shows have even referenced it. The MCU sets itself apart with its commitment to its multi-phase structure that makes all the characters intertwine across the series of movies. That's why the MCU became so unique.
You know, the truth is, when we were doing phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, there were less projects over more years.
The crossover events gave characters more interactions, good and bad, and it made them a lot more interesting. No 2 characters showed this better than Iron Man and Captain America themselves.
No trust.
As the 2 strongest forces of the Avengers, they butt heads regularly from day one.
Big man in a suit of armor. Take that off, what are you?
Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist.
Their disagreements come from their differences in character. Tony's stubbornness often gets in the way of Steve trying to lead.
Stark, we need a plan of attack.
I have a plan. Attack.
Steve calls out Tony for not being willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of others.
You're not the guy to make the sacrifice play. To lay down on a wire and let the other guy crawl over you.
I think I would just cut the wire.
They even end up fighting each other in Captain America
I think I
Civil
would just
War.
cut the wire.
The conflict brought us emotional scenes like this. It was moments like these between major characters that made us feel so invested in the MCU. And the growth between the characters led to unforgettable moments like the heart-wrenching goodbye between Spider-Man and Iron Man. But after Endgame, the movies haven't brought the characters together enough to show how they develop together. Right now, the characters are all on their own paths. Sometimes it doesn't even feel like they're in the same universe. And the superheroes aren't the only issue. A big part of making the MCU work is having a strong central villain character, like Thanos. Thanos made an appearance 7 years before Endgame in the first Avengers movie. And for years, the MCU carefully set up the plot of Infinity War and Endgame with the placement of the Infinity Stones and other connectors. These all pointed to a looming battle with Thanos. Now, a new villain has entered the universe, Kang. There's only one problem. We've only seen him in one movie, and we haven't seen any connections between Kang's story and the rest of the characters in the MCU. So, right now, there is no big reason to rally behind the heroes. The question remains, will they ever have a moment as powerful as this again? Or will we be left asking after every new release?
I don't think so, man. I think it's okay too if we don't. It's just one of those things you can't replicate, man. Sometimes you can't always replicate it.
If you've been consuming
Like
any
that
type of
sometimes.
media in the last 2 decades, whether it's movies, TV shows, anime or video games, I'm sure you're familiar with these 2 words. The dead game where a large group of people is forced to kill each other until only one remains. But long before the likes of Squid Game and the Hunger Games, before Fortnite, PUBG or Danganronpa, there was an original battle for survival in Japan. And it all began with a 21-year-old journalist who had a twisted dream one day. In this mental image he saw a teacher grinning in front of the class and telling them today's assignment, to kill each other. This chilling contrast stayed with him for years, and he knew he had to explore this story. Little did he, or anyone he told about it, suspect how much of a cultural impact this simple premise would have in the decades to come. His name is Koushin Takami, the author of the best-selling 1999 novel Battle Royale, his only published novel to date. The rules are simple. On an island, 42 students have 3 days to fight until only one is left standing. They are each given a random weapon from a bag filled with survival tools and a collar around their necks that will explode if they try to escape or break the rules. With pistols, knives, sickles, stun guns, bow and arrow, or for the less fortunate ones with only a paper fan, binoculars or a pot lid. They have to strategize, cooperate, deceive or murder their classmates before the deadline. Like most things, even Takami's story had its predecessors. As he admitted, one of his favorites was Stephen King's The Long Walk, where a totalitarian government holds a deadly walking contest. And the name Battle Royale originally comes from pro wrestling, which Takami was a fan of. So in his mind, the entertaining concept of a series of fights filled with short-term alliances between unique characters until the last man standing started him on his path to write a masterpiece. A story that was rejected from the 1997 Japan Horror Fiction Awards due to its violent themes about students murdering each other on a deserted island. Perhaps for exactly the controversy surrounding it after its release, the novel became a bestseller in Japan. This led to adaptations both as a 15-volume manga series that expands on the story and a film that eventually created an entire new subgenre. The movie version ended up on the table of director Kinji Fukasaku, who with his long background in Yakuza films knew how to approach the extreme violence of the source material. But Fukasaku's reason to make his version wasn't just the shocking image of a dark nightmarish teenage death game. Like the school kids in the story, Kinji Fukasaku was only 15 years old himself in 1945 during the last stretch of World War II, when he was forced to work in a munition factory along with his peers to support the deadly war machine of Imperial Japan. One day the factory was bombed, and while he was lucky, almost everyone else, including his best friend, perished that day in front of his eyes.
Sheesh.
From then on, Fukasaku held a grudge against adults and had a strong anti-authoritarian view for his whole life. And this is what Battle Royale is at its core. It's not a twisted game where people kill each other for entertainment or money, but the fight against the helplessness of a generation forced into misery by a higher power. The reaction to the traumas of the 20th century, a reminder that while anyone forced into a corner can turn into a deadly wild animal fighting for their survival, we have to prevent it in any way possible. Fukasaku's film adaptation stirred just as much controversy as Takami's novel did in the previous year, and even got an R15 rating in Japan, which meant no one under the age of 16 could watch it. Which is ironic, considering many of the actors were around that age during shooting. The director encouraged students to sneak into screenings, because in his eyes, it's a fable that can teach all of us something about the dark parts of our humanity, and even reflect on the growing youth crimes of Japan at the time. The clash with the government and stricter regulations around violent films, especially including underage characters, was partly due to the recent rise in crimes involving teenagers. Young biker gangs terrorizing civilians, a rising number of kids seeing their future in the Yakuza, and events such as the Kobe child murders, which were committed by a 14-year-old student, were all signs of deeper issues. In the 90s, Japan faced a big economic crisis, when the so-called bubble economy burst, and the image of a thriving country turned out to be built on lies. Trust between generations broke down. The older generation was blamed for corruption and mismanagement, while the younger generation was scapegoated for rising social issues. Millions lost their vision for the future, and Battle Royale served as a response to that. The film also faced issues globally, especially in the US, where it was not released officially for more than a decade, despite the great interest and praise it got from the limited screenings and bootleg copies circling in the early 2000s. I remember finding it in the early days of YouTube, when anything over 10 minutes was split into parts. My teenage eyes glued to the screen, clicking through parts of a poor quality copy with fan-made subtitles, when I barely knew any English, much less Japanese. Simple times. Despite the difficulties around its release and the issues with foreign distribution due to censorship, the movie was a financial success, and Battle Royale soon became a cultural phenomenon. The story depicts a time close to our own, but one where the youth is in revolt against the authority of adults. In the original novel and the manga, we are presented with a dystopian alternate universe where Germany and its ally Japan won World War II, becoming a totalitarian militaristic country called the Republic of Greater East Asia, where the Battle Royale Act is created. These two works, in contrast to the film, also contain much more explicit scenes of violence and sex, which were changed and toned down during the adaptation process. We are also introduced to a different head teacher who, while still murderous, is much less cruel and perverted. Fukasaku even changed his name to match the vision he saw for the teacher. That's how Sakamochi became Kitano.
Kitano! Kitano!
Played by the director, actor and comedian Takeshi Kitano, who was simply asked to be himself.
Dang.
Hi, konnichiwa!
He reflects the film's central contrast through his dark humor, subdued demeanor, and childlike behavior that can turn violent in an instant. That same tonal clash defines the film itself. Think of the cutesy government-produced guide to mass murder. Or announcing the names of the dead students every few hours, set to a calm, uplifting classical piece. It's a disturbing juxtaposition that captures the film's approach to violence, and one that later works like Squid Game clearly took inspiration from. In many ways, these comical, almost cartoonish moments and rough, unrealistic characterizations make Battle Royale much less serious and dangerous than many of its early critics claimed. The slogan on the original Japanese poster already hints at the strange and ridiculous contrast of innocent students being thrown into a game like this. This is beautifully reflected in the lighthouse scene, which according to Takami was inspired by John Carpenter's The Thing, where the protagonist Shuya finds himself being treated by some of the girls from his class after an injury. The lighthouse is the safe haven of these girls, who like many others try to survive together and not participate in the bloody game. But their pacifist system breaks down and ends up in a massacre when one of the girls tried to poison Shuya's lunch, only to end up killing one of her girlfriends. The trust that the lighthouse was built on is destroyed in a moment, and the doubts and fear take over. And one by one, they all end up in the void of the program. Just a few more names on the list.
That's
announced
crazy,
while
man.
munching on the homemade cookies of one of the students. While the depiction of violence is extreme, it's not focused on gore. Instead, it breaks down the human psyche when fear and instincts for survival take over. That's why it's often compared to Golding's Lord of the Flies, which shows how even kids are prone to building hierarchies and becoming cruel. Battle Royale is rough around the edges because it's not trying to be pedantic, preachy, or realistic. It accepts that the detailed exploration of more than 40 people is not feasible, so the characters become archetypes, often recognized by their weapons and outfit. The runner, the girl with the sickle, the mysterious psychopath, or in some cases they are handled in groups. The rebelling hacker group,
May sound weird, but I want to watch this.
The bullies on the beach, the suicidal lovers, the pacifist pair with the megaphone, and the list goes on. It's a simple solution to a problem many filmmakers are facing when adapting a novel into a 2-hour movie. But even if they are on screen only for a few minutes, the movie is filled with iconic characters and scenes. No wonder Chiaki Kuriyama, the actress playing the sprinter Chigusa, was asked by Tarantino to play the young henchman Gogo in his Kill Bill films. A character who is clearly influenced by both Chigusa along with the seductive and merciless killer Mitsuko. Battle Royale is often misunderstood because it doesn't fit into the frame of any genre, especially when we think of how important its cultural background is, which doesn't always translate well. The trauma of the war, the atomic bombs, and the crisis of new generations in the latter half of the 20th century is ingrained in Japanese culture. The film has elements of campy horror and action flicks while reflecting on social issues and the inherent psychological aspects of humans. Like its pro wrestling namesake, Battle Royale is a spectacle where we, the
I'm
viewers,
probably gonna
have
head out
unspoken
here
agreement
in the
with
next 30
performers.
minutes.
We know it's not
I
real,
appreciate you,
but we
dog.
suspend our disbelief and play along. And
Thanks
if
for
we buy
joining.
into it, we get a chaotic carnival
Night.
of mayhem from a weird
I'm pretty
and
sure a lot of people
terrifying
might
cast
already
of
be asleep right now.
characters who all have their own backgrounds and battles and bonds, who love and destroy and shoot and slash through thick forests and desolate buildings, soaked in blood and rain, moving from zone to zone until there's nowhere else to escape the
You
approaching
still here? I
hellfire.
appreciate you.
And the only choice you're left with is to kill your best friend or die by their hands.
What you are currently looking at is my full collection of Calvin and Hobbes books. Jealous? I've loved Calvin and Hobbes since I was a little kid. I would read these books every night and try to contain my laughter to not wake my family. As time goes on, I realize Calvin and Hobbes doesn't get a ton of media appreciation, but the more people I talk to, I realize the fan base for this beloved comic is alive and well. So I pose the question: why did we never get a Calvin and Hobbes movie? My original concept for this video was to plan out what a Calvin and Hobbes movie could potentially look like, but the more that I researched, I found something quite radical. If you're a creative person, I highly recommend reading any of Watterson's work because this is a man who so clearly loves making art for the love of the game. Calvin and Hobbes' 10th anniversary book, which can be found in the Library of Congress by the way, Watterson writes an entire section on licensing. He writes, quote, "Comic strips have been licensed from the beginning, but today the merchandising of popular cartoon characters is more profitable than ever. Derivative products, dolls, t-shirts, TV specials, and so on can turn the rice strip into a gold mine. Everyone is looking for the next Snoopy or Garfield, and Calvin and Hobbes was imagined to be the perfect candidate. The more I thought about licensing, however, the less I liked it. I spent nearly 5 years fighting my syndicate's pressure to merchandise my creation." I'm gonna go back to the Snoopy and Garfield comparison here in just a little bit, but let's keep reading. I have several problems with licensing. First of all, I believe licensing usually cheapens the original creation. When cartoon characters appear on countless products, the public inevitably grows bored and irritated with them, and the appeal and value of the original work are diminished. Nothing dulls the edge of a new and clever cartoon like saturating the market with it. In a world of licensing and commercialization everywhere, This is completely countercultural. Bill Watterson not only knows his worth as an artist, but he respects his art enough to let it live on in its truest form. I think Watterson is hitting on something that is completely missing in the internet age when he says licensing usually cheapens the original creation. Think about how the Smurfs started as a comic. Starting in 1958, the Smurfs were created by Pierre Colleford, who was a Belgian comic writer and artist who worked under the pseudonym Peyo. Ever since their creation almost 70 years ago, the Smurfs have been licensed into an oblivion to the point where I forgot they even started as a comic strip. We're even getting a new Smurfs movie directed by Chris Miller this year, as if we didn't peak with the Neil Patrick Harris version in 2011. Something that is a much larger rabbit trail that I'm not going to cover as much here is the flesh-eating virus that is remakes and sequels. Think about the legacy of Star Wars if we take out the sequel trilogy, or the legacy of Jurassic Park if we take out the 5 other movies they tried to make after. Jury is still out on the 6th one, update to follow. This is why it's so frustrating that Disney keeps trying to retell their old stories. It's bad enough they can't make a watchable movie to save their lives, but to make matters worse, they feel the need to go back and tarnish the legacy of their actually good stories in the process. The association and existence of this terrible art makes you have to explain yourself as a fan. If I like Disney or Star Wars, I have to distinguish myself as a real fan by saying, I like this, but not this. When Bill Watterson wrote this piece on licensing in 1987, he saw what the future held for popular art and wanted nothing to do with it, even saying he fought his syndicate for years over the issue. By letting Calvin and Hobbes exist only in its purest form, Watterson is making sure that his art remains the way he intended it. I think you could see this in a very sad way of why would you gatekeep your own art that everyone loves out of fear that we'd get tired of it. But I don't think that's the intention here. Watterson loves comics. He was creating Calvin and Hobbes for the love of the medium, something we have completely lost in a modern sense. Animated movies should be live action, TikToks should be TV commercials, and if it doesn't franchise into 4 other movies, it's a flop. We just can't escape it. Watterson took great pride in his work and knew what he wanted it to be and stuck to it, even though he missed out on a reported $300 to $400 million and declined calls from Jim Henson, George Lucas, and Steven Spielberg. That last statement was from Wikipedia, so I can't really verify how true it is, but it sure makes for a dramatic YouTube video. I said earlier I would go back to the Peanuts and Garfield comparison that Watterson himself brought up, so here it goes. What I'm not saying is that Bill Watterson is way better than Charles M. Schulz or Jim Davis, and these other artists have no creative integrity at all. That's not the point I'm trying to make at all, but you can tell that Watterson was definitely being pressured to be like these other artists, and so it's interesting to compare where these works are now almost 40 years later. Peanuts has had a much larger filmography than I ever realized before making this video, and even has 2 Broadway musicals. I'm sure you've seen at least the big ones, A Charlie Brown Christmas, A Charlie Brown Thanksgiving, The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. These specials are very near and dear to my heart, and I truly go back to them every year. These cartoons were made in a time where the medium of animation was used for its intended purpose. We take the cartoon on the page, and we make it a cartoon on the screen. It's not that hard. Then in 2015, we got the Peanuts movie from 20th Century Fox, which was a perfect blend of the original charm of Peanuts from a modern angle that actually pushed some of the bounds of animation for the time. Now, if you've been paying attention, you'll realize that Apple has recently acquired the beloved Peanuts gang, and while this sounds like a horrible idea on paper, I think it's been wonderful. Apple TV Plus is slowly turning into one of my favorite streaming services. I have yet to see something bad on there, and they've done such an incredible job at staying true to Schultz's characters over the last few years. Meanwhile, there's Garfield, the world's most syndicated comic strip in history. Where do I start? I have never loved Garfield. I always thought he was just kind of annoying. I grew up watching the original Garfield specials and the Garfield and Friends cartoon. Over the years, we've slowly watched the Garfield IP just kind of jump around and make random movies and shows here and there, then got a Garfield movie with Chris Pratt and Samuel L. Jackson last year. This movie was at the very bottom of my yearly ranking, under Madam Web. This is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. Garfield as a character and as an IP is just toast at this point. He's been reduced to Facebook memes, and there's no foreseeable hope for Garfield's redemption. If Calvin and Hobbes was given the Peanuts treatment and we got cartoons that honor the original comic style and stayed true to the characters and slightly modernized while staying timeless, I wouldn't be too mad. But this is such a rare occurrence that I fully understand Watterson's decision to stay in his lane. This is a man that loves his work, loves his characters, and loves comics as a medium, and I think we have so much to learn from him. This man could have my entire retirement fund by simply owning a Shopify account, and he chooses not to. And I'm not here to say that selling out is the death of creativity, because I also understand that making a living as an artist is near impossible. These licensing and brand deals are life-changing for artists, but we live in a landscape that values quick, high volumes of art, and it quickly turns your art into content. Bill Watterson said in his book, quote, "If I could not control what Calvin and Hobbes stood for, the strip was worthless to me." I believe that art should be consumed in the way that the artist intended, and Bill Watterson is a living example of this. But that's enough for me. I want to hear from you. Do you think we could ever have a Calvin and Hobbes movie, or should we just let sleeping dogs lie? Drop a comment down below, send this video to a friend that you think would enjoy, and subscribe for more just like this. I will see you in the next one. Oh, bye!
Sometimes there's nothing wrong with letting sleeping dogs lie, man.
So, you meet up with your friends to watch this Southeast Asian movie that someone recommended, saying it was a one-of-a-kind experience. You start watching, and at first, you're kinda surprised. It looks a bit cheaper than what you're used to, and you don't really get what all the hype is about. And then, this happens.
Good gracious. Hey. No.
And in that moment, you realize you might never be able to watch another action movie again without comparing it to this one. But what exactly makes it so impressive? You see, I think determining whether an action scene is effective isn't always a purely rational process. For instance, one approach I like is as simple as asking whether it feels easy on the eyes or not. Take, for example, this sequence from The Raid.
Mine is the level of dang that I use. Like, I just go dang, dang, dang.
In this scene, Evans establishes the spatial context in the initial shots, allowing us to understand our location within the environment. He then builds tension with a riser sound effect, followed by a couple of quick cuts as the fight begins, leading into the most engaging part of the choreography. And here, I want you to pay attention to where your eyes naturally go during the scene. First, there's a pronounced movement of the knife sliding, accompanied by the camera panning as the scene begins, guiding our gaze to the right. Immediately after, another strong movement occurs in the same direction, and then the action continues unfolding toward the right. Even when the camera shifts to the opposite side and cuts, instead of following the typical shot-reverse shot logic, where our perspective would usually change direction, like in conversations where we switch from one person's eyes to the other's, we still keep looking to the right, which ensures a smoother and more organized perception of the action. And this makes action scenes with numerous cuts easier to follow, preventing the need for your eyes to constantly dart from one area to another, which can be particularly exhausting in fast-cut sequences, like this one. And I'm using this example because it literally has the same actor. So you can see that it doesn't matter if the actor knows how to fight if the director doesn't know how to capture it. And in this example of how the average viewer's eyes move while watching these two scenes, you can compare why one is easy to follow, while the other just feels like visual noise. And that's just one of the many things that make The Raid's action far superior to your typical fight movie. And since I already talked about what I think is the most influential Hollywood action movie of the last 10 years, today I want to talk about the one that takes that title on a global scale, and how it's proof that in film history some of the biggest breakthroughs often happen by accident, because this is at its core, a movie that wasn't even supposed to exist. That's why today I want to focus on how Gareth Evans, with 340 times less budget than the last Fast and Furious, meaning just $1 million, made a film that changed action cinema forever, and what it is that makes its action scenes so unique. But before we dive into the analysis, a huge shout out to today's sponsor, War Thunder, the ultimate free-to-play military game that truly makes you feel like you're in your own action movie, letting you battle across land, sea, and air, with a massive selection of vehicles that you can customize however you want, ranging from historical models from the mid-20th century to modern day machines. And if all of that sounds good, trust me, it's even better when you experience it yourself, because once you start playing, you'll really appreciate how fresh and immersive the gameplay feels. For instance, there's no generic health bar here. Every hit counts, and a well-placed shot can completely shift the battle. Combine that with realistic physics and improved graphics thanks to the new storm warning update, and you'll feel like you're right in the middle of the battlefield. Plus, the new update brings some awesome additions, including the Eurofighter Typhoon and Rafale jets,
I ain't gonna lie, that
the
game looks
M44
pretty
for ground
dope.
combat, and an epic new map like Attica. So if that sounds like your kind of game, download War Thunder for free using the link below, whether on PC,
War
PlayStation,
Thunder.
or Xbox. And here's the cool part, all new players and anyone who hasn't played in the last 6 months get some special bonuses, including 100,000 Silver Lions, the exclusive Eagle of Valor decorator, and more. Plus, you can now try War Thunder Mobile for free on iOS or Android with the link in the description. Big thanks to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. You see, the other day, I was talking about how Chad Stahelski, the guy behind John Wick, has been one of the biggest names in action over the last decade. And yeah, no question about it. But it's also kinda unfair to overlook someone else who's just as big in action over the last 10 years. And as follow-up to that video where I talk about action cinema, I think it's worth diving into him. This time though, I'm not as interested in breaking down every action scene, but what I'm more interested in is the process behind how Evans developed his approach to shooting action. Because unlike Chad, he wasn't familiar with martial arts, or even the genre, at all. Which makes the whole situation even crazier. Because how does a 30-year-old British guy with no real connection to the Indonesian film industry end up making an action movie in Indonesia with a mostly local crew on a budget of just $1 million and somehow create one of the most important action films of the 21st century? Well, I'm not the first person to wonder about that.
You're a Welsh-born filmmaker making really cool Indonesian action films. At what moment did it all begin?
I mean, it all kicked off purely because of my wife, really. She arranged for me to do that documentary out in Indonesia, and it was all about silat, and that was kind of the first time I got introduced to the martial arts discipline from Indonesia.
The thing is, this whole story starts with two big coincidences. The first one being Evans stumbling upon silat.
And then suddenly I'm in this other country learning a brand new martial art that I had not really properly seen before. And I just found it really visually interesting, I guess, in a way. And we met Iko through that documentary.
And the second was him discovering Iko Uwais, a martial artist who had never acted in anything before, but who Evans saw potential in and decided should star in his movie.
And we couldn't take our eyes off him. We just thought he had this screen presence about him.
He gave me the script, like, Iko, you're the lead actor and you're the main actor. Oh, whoa, hold on.
And who, without realizing it, was taking his first steps toward becoming an action movie star. But the truth is, like any success story, from the outside, it seems like this unstoppable rise. Though in reality, the journey was actually a bit more complicated. For one, The Raid wasn't the first movie Iko and Evans made together. Before that, there was Marantau, a way less known film that got a little buzz at some festivals, but mostly went under the radar. And if you watch even just a few scenes, you'll notice it feels pretty different from The Raid. For starters, the story has a more adventurous and somewhat hopeful vibe. But what really stands out is how the action feels totally different. Something you can see in something as simple as how a character falls. Here, it's like this. While in The Raid, well, it straight up looks like a fatality. And you can see this search for innovation in how Evans blends multiple styles within the same film. At times, you get shaky cam fragments that feel straight out of a documentary. Moments that resemble a war film. Others that evoke horror cinema. And of course, plenty of classic martial arts sequences. Only this time, the camera takes on a much more active role in the fights. Because, broadly speaking, I think we can say there are two main ways to approach action. First, relying on internal montage, favoring long takes, very much in the style of Hong Kong cinema. And second, leaning more toward external montage, which relies on a much higher number of cuts. And I think what makes The Raid so interesting is that it's one of the few films that finds a middle ground and makes it work so well. In that sense, it's really interesting to look at Gareth Evans' evolution as a filmmaker, because in a way, he had already mastered the first approach in Marantau, a film where the Jackie Chan influences couldn't be more obvious. And you'd think that a director who nailed choreography and long-take action sequences in his very first action film would want to double down on that in his next projects, since that's what is most highly praised. But what's remarkable about Evans is that he went in the opposite direction. Of course, part of that was due to budget constraints. I mean, The Raid barely had a few bucks to work with, and trying to pull off long takes in a brutal action style with limited resources isn't exactly the best idea, unless you want half your crew getting injured. But it was also a stylistic choice. Because if The Raid's aggressive and raw choreography had been shot in long takes, it might have felt too realistic, which could have undermined Evans' intention of portraying a more stylized, almost comic book-like violence. Something you can especially see in the second film with these two.
I didn't want people to come away from it disturbed. I didn't want them to come away feeling repulsed by the violence. It's you know, it can be entertaining without being harmful, you know?
In a way, the quick cuts strip away some of that realism, making the action feel more playful and rhythmic instead. For instance, just take a look at this shot from Atomic Blonde, a really interesting case. It's a film that tries to build a tone very similar to John Wick, and some even say it's set in the same universe, since it was directed by one of the co-directors of the first John Wick movie. And everything about it is incredible, but there's still something that doesn't quite click for me. Because the brutal choreography, rough handheld camera work, and naturalistic acting make it feel almost too real, which, to me, doesn't fully align with a movie that puts so much effort into crafting an artificial tone. What I mean by this is that long takes often communicate a more grounded, realistic feel, which makes sense in cases like Daredevil, where the shot itself is a statement of intent meant to ground the hero, or in The Revenant, where even the camera lens gets splashed with water to immerse us in that world. That said, of course, there are alternatives, like in Oldboy, where the action feels more theatrical, or in Barry, where the camera pulls so far back that the violence starts to feel almost absurd.
Flavored water, 15 cents.
Hey.
But here, it felt like an incredible scene, sure, but from a completely different movie. And of course, none of these approaches were what Evans was aiming for in The Raid. So the thing is, he had to go for a much more frenetic style of editing. Just compare this scene from Marantau, where you have an 11-second shot with 13 consecutive attacks. To this one from The Raid. Where you also have 13 attacks, but spread across 12 different cuts. And yet, despite the rapid editing, it's still incredibly easy to follow, because all the movements flow toward the right, keeping our eyes locked in the same area of the frame. On top of that, after a series of quick cuts to emphasize impacts, there's always a wider shot, especially when the characters move through the environment, helping to maintain a clear sense of space. And those are the kinds of details that set Evans' approach apart from others like this, where honestly I don't even think it's worth analyzing what went wrong. But ultimately, compared to Marantau, I think the biggest innovation lies in how Evans handles the camera itself. And I think many of these changes can be traced back to Gareth's approach to filmmaking, specifically his use of pre-visualization as a cornerstone of his process.
We pre-design everything. For the first 3 months, it's just me, Iko, and Yayan. Yayan plays Mad Dog. And the three of us will kind of workshop together in one room. It's just us in an office space with a bunch of crash mats and then a handy cam. And so we'll design every single detail of the fights from beginning to end.
We go back, we shoot again using a handycam, but this time we shoot the entire thing shot for shot. and we actually make exactly as it would be in the final film. So we know every edit decision, we know every angle, we know every camera movement.
You see, this is something that's widely used in action filmmaking, as well as in CGI-heavy movies. The problem is...
and I would see a lot of them, and until John Wick, the fight previs was always better than the final products in whatever movie they'd done it for.
And what sets Evans apart is that he actively participates in the choreography and thinks about editing rhythm as an extension of the fight choreography's rhythm. And in the end, that's what shapes the pacing of the entire scene. And for that, pre-visualization is essential, which is why Evans takes it to an almost obsessive level.
And then once we sort of have that in place, then we use that as a template. So at the end of 3 months, we've got those video storyboards for every fight scene in the film.
And so when we're in production, as we're shooting the real version, we just drop that in on the timeline. And then if anything goes wrong and one of the edits doesn't flow right, then we're already still on location.
I think in this sense, Salat plays a crucial role because, in a way, it's a martial art that works particularly well for cinema. For generations, it hasn't just been a combat system used in war. It's also been a cultural performance in Indonesia, with demonstrations often looking like this. And in case you're wondering, this is staged combat, a performance largely driven by the rhythm of the music. And this has two key implications. First, the martial artists already have experience in executing choreographed fights, which is a dream for any director, because not only are they experts, but they're already trained for exactly what's needed. And second, Silat inherently carries a strong sense of rhythm, almost like a dance, which might explain the musicality of the raid's action sequences. And that's one of the things I love most about The Raid, how it became a classic almost by accident. Evans wasn't trying to redefine action cinema. Marantau hadn't been a hit, and I doubt he had high expectations for The Raid, which actually came from a scrap script. Originally, he wanted to make a film about a young ex-con who infiltrates Indonesian gangs and gets caught in a war between crime syndicates, but the project was too ambitious, so he had to scrap it.
How does it feel? Different.
If you're familiar with the series, you'll know that's basically the plot of The Raid 2. But instead of going down that path, Evans went for something much more stripped down. A single location and a straightforward plot. And ironically, having such limited resources pushed his creativity to the max, forcing him to make every hallway and every room count. And I think this is one of those examples to look at when you need some inspiration, speaking as an aspiring filmmaker, because Evans may not be a martial artist like Chad Stahelski, but creativity is like a muscle. It works best when it's pushed to its limit.
Right there.
$2K22 alone.
Okay, 23.
Yeah, 2K22. Yeah, 22.
Okay, how much?
So 2K22, I added up all of my purchases, and really only added up the $100 purchases.
So you didn't even go like the little baby one.
I didn't do the 20s, the 50s, none of that. And it came out to be like throughout the whole year, from the day the game dropped to the next game, I spent $25K.
Dang.
25,000.
At what point does a video game stop being entertainment and just start becoming exploitation? That question is different when you look at what NBA 2K has become. It's no longer just a basketball simulation. It's a psychological manipulation machine dressed up in NBA jerseys. Today, I'm going to take you behind the curtain to show you exactly how NBA 2K has applied decades of behavioral psychology research to their game design. You'll see how they create artificial pain points, manufacture social pressure, and exploit your FOMO to keep you spending season after season. And once you recognize these techniques, you'll start seeing them everywhere. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you to the dark psychology of NBA 2K. You know, there was a point where NBA 2K's main concern was just creating a fun experience for their players, but as times have changed, so did the game. It started off with the slow introduction of VC in 2012's NBA 2K13. I remember reviewing this game because I remember saying in my review, don't buy VC because it's a slippery slope. You give people an inch and they'll take a mile. I recall people in my comments as well as 2K YouTubers calling me stupid and broke, and here we are all these years later paying for it. I mean, literally paying for it. According to this GameFAQs forum post I found from 12 years ago on NBA 2K13, it cost 75 to 125,000 VC to max a player to 99 overall. 75,000 VC is $20 in NBA 2K25 for those of you unaware. Now compare that to today, where it costs 325,000 VC to max a player, which is almost $100. Add in the fact that most of you are creating several builds annually, and you can see how you're spending so much money. Since the inception of VC, 2K has implemented things designed to nickel and dime you, such as My Team, the city, and season passes. But for now, I want to focus on my career. Have you ever noticed how your My player in 2K moves like they're playing in cement shoes at the start of every new season? That isn't by accident, it's actually calculated. Your 60 overall rookie missing wide open layups isn't bad luck, it's just business. 2K intentionally cripples your player stats to create that exact frustration you feel when your big man can't grab a rebound over someone who's smaller than them. And I can break it down how it all works. See, there's specific stat thresholds where the game suddenly feels playable versus completely broken. For guards, you need at least a 70 ball handling before you stop dribbling like a middle schooler. For big man, you can't properly box out until your strength hits 75. These aren't random numbers. They're carefully placed pain points designed to make you feel the difference between playing for free and paying for an upgrade. We live in an age of instant gratification, so the game literally programs incompetence into your player until you cough up VC. Now compare that to how actual basketball progression works in real life, and it doesn't make any sense, especially considering the fact this game calls itself the realest basketball sim on the market, when in actuality you're just the only one on the market. See, in real life, you get better by practicing. Your jumper improves through repetition. Your handles tighten up from hours in the gym. But 2K flips that on its head completely. You can green every shot in practice with perfect timing, but your 65 three-point rating means those same releases will brick in real game. They've disconnected skill from result, and this makes you frustrated while the investors over at Take-Two Interactive are sitting comfortably like,
Tell them to bring me my money.
The player testimonies tell the same story every year. It's not uncommon to hear things such as, I spent 3 hours grinding my career games just to afford one attribute upgrade, or my center gets out-rebounded by small forwards because I didn't buy VC. These aren't isolated complaints. They're a direct result of a system engineered to make the $70 experience more painful than just $70. 2K knows exactly what they're doing when they make your 6'10" power forward move like he's wearing ankle weights. And what's wild is how this mirrors psychological models used in other industries. It's the same principle as free trials that intentionally limit functionality until you pay. They create artificial frustration and then position microtransactions as the solution. Now, to be fair, 2K didn't invent this, but they damn for sure perfected it for basketball games. Your My player isn't weak because that's realistic for a rookie. They're weak because weakness creates that itch that VC scratches. It's funny too, because this company claims to have the most authentic basketball experience on the market, but the stats prove this isn't about realism either. A 60 overall in 2K performs worse than most G League players, while real NBA rookies come in around a 70, 75 overall if you check their in-game stats. I mean, they could make the starting point higher, but then where's the incentive to spend? That initial grind isn't about difficulty. It's a monetization speed bump disguised as progression. Watch any new player's first hours in my career, and they'll be missing point-blank layups, get stripped on every drive, and foul out trying to play defense. Then the same player drops $20 on VC, and suddenly their guy can actually compete. And just know, that night and day difference isn't organic. It's the exact moment 2K's psychological trap springs shut on you. You're not paying to get ahead, you're paying to reach what should have been the baseline in the first place. This becomes especially obvious when you look at how other sports games handle progression. MLB The Show's Road to the Show mode doesn't make your rookie pitcher throw 25-mile-per-hour fastballs. FIFA's career mode doesn't have your striker tripping over the ball constantly. Those games let skill determine success early on. And then you have My Team. The My Team mode uses various psychological and structure strategies meant to motivate users to buy card packs. These tactics are meant to generate urgency, exclusivity, and reward expectations, hence enticing gamers to spend actual money. These are the main ways My Team tricks users into spending more. My Team is all about assembling your ideal team to compete online versus other gamers. You can earn cards from just playing the game, but the trouble is, it's a pain in the ass. All it takes is being washed once online by someone with rare cards to have you persuaded into buying one of their card packs. It's the reason I don't play this mode. I tried it once and I got tilted at the fact that that everyone that I played against is a demigod for simply $29.99. In my team, card packs function like loot boxes. Players buy for a shot at acquiring uncommon or high value cards. These packs randomize character plays on the gambler's fallacy, with players thinking that if they keep buying packs, luck will eventually favor them. But the crazy part is that players might still get low tier cards even after paying a bunch of money, which would be annoying and encourage more spending in search of improved outcomes. And to add insult to injury, newly issued cards get far more powerful than older ones over time, therefore making past purchases less useful. Players are secretly pushed by this power creep to always purchase fresh packs to stay competitive. And it also doesn't help that players are constantly faced with intense social pressure. NBA 2K is the most sophisticated peer pressure machine ever designed. That cool social hub where players are running around, yeah, that isn't for immersion. It's a carefully constructed environment where every element pushes you towards spending more money. From the moment you spawn in, you are bombarded with visual proof of what money can buy. This basketball game is turned into Barbie for boys. It's nothing but elite players flexing expensive animations, rare outfits, and maxed out builds that make your 60 overall brown shirt feel like literal shit. You can be in Discord with the boys, right? And when you say, hey, let's get some games in, you'll pull up in that brown shirt, and then all of a sudden, all your friends say they can't play with you
for about 45 minutes.
The placement of everything in the city follows a clear psychological blueprint. Stores aren't tucked away in some menu like in the old NBA 2Ks. They're now physical locations you have to constantly walk past. And the main court seems to always be in the center of the map, which is also always packed with the highest level players showing off their expensive clothes and animations. Even the way other players' names and overalls float above their heads serves as a purpose. It turns every interaction into a status comparison. You can't walk 5 virtual feet without being reminded that you ain't nothing but a broke boy. This taps into what psychologists call conspicuous consumption. That's basically the human tendency to display wealth through visible purchases. In real life, this manifests as luxury cars or designer clothes. In 2K, it's Galaxy Opal cards in my team or exclusive sneakers that cost $20 in VC. The game makes sure these status symbols are impossible to miss. You know that player that's sitting in the park for several hours who hasn't played a single game, just sitting on a server, causing lag because you know these servers are held together with bubble gum and toothpicks. They're basically just aura farming with mama's money. But what they fail to realize is that they're just walking advertisements showing hundreds of other players what they're missing. New players get it the worst. Imagine loading in for the first time with your basic character, only to immediately see a squad of 99 overall players with matching outfits and premium celebrations. And they're not necessarily better at the game than you. They're just invested. And the message is clear. This is what success looks like in this game. That unspoken pressure to spend creeps in fast for new players. Players have reported feeling embarrassed taking their low-rated builds to the park, knowing they'll get outplayed not just by skill, but by wallet size. The layout of the city in recent 2K versions has taken this even further. Unlike the older neighborhood designs where activities were actually spread out, everything is now clustered together. You can't go to the gym without passing the VC store or seeing Gatorade plastered everywhere. And you can't check your stats without seeing banner ads for limited time bundles. Even the placement of the NPCs in the city matter. Most of you have probably not noticed this, but they'll comment on your gear, your rep level, anything to highlight that you have not spent money and subconsciously fool you into doing it. It is social engineering disguised as world building. Player testimonies tell the same story over and over. I only bought the neon arm sleeves because everyone at the park had them. My friends had special dribbling moves, so I had to get some too so I didn't feel left out. These aren't isolated cases either. They're the intended result of a system built to exploit our fear of standing out in the wrong way. The pressure isn't just about performance either. Even pure cosmetic items become must-have when you're the only one without them. This mirrors real-world marketing tactics used by luxury brands and social media platforms. Instagram makes people feel like their lives should look more curated. 2K makes players feel like their virtual athletes should look more expensive. Both create artificial standards that drive more spending. The difference is, on Instagram, you can just log off. In 2K, stepping away means missing out on events, rewards, and social connections tied specifically to that space. That's why I called it Barbie for Boys.
A real Barbie? No!
I mean, maybe like a little.
The most insidious part is how this game turns its players into its own sales force. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been working for free at 2K and you ain't even know it. You know that dude flexing his $50 virtual off-whites? That's free advertisement. And the squad doing choreography dances like NSYNC outside of the wreck, yeah, those are walking billboards. 2K doesn't need to hard sell VC to you when thousands, if not millions of players do it for them by just existing in the space. Every time someone sees a cool item they can't afford, that's another nudge towards opening their wallet. I mean, this clip going viral on Twitter is a perfect example of it.
On the scene screaming bleep, say you bout it, let me see, rep your hood, let me see.
Then you have YouTubers and streamers who play into this as well, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars annually on digital card packs that they can't use next year just so they can scream and be fake excited in their YouTube videos. This normalizes irrational spending habits to their young audience. I'd imagine most are just doing this because they know it gets views, but whether they intentionally know it or not, these creators are acting as marketing budget for the corporation. And the worst kind are the ones who are aware of what they're pushing to their young audiences, but they don't care because they're getting paid. Even the matchmaking plays into this. The game could pair you with more similarly rated players, but often it throws you against stacked teams instead. Getting cooked by someone who bought their way to elite status isn't just frustrating, it's motivational, and the implied solution is always the same. Spend more of your hard-earned money. Or the alternative is slowly grinding against paid players, which feels designed to break your patience. And this is what fuels the FOMO factory. That timer ticking down on NBA 2K's limited time events isn't just measuring hours, it's measuring how long until your willpower cracks. These exclusive weekend tournaments and rare item drops aren't about celebrating basketball. They're psychological traps dressed up as special occasions. 2K didn't invent FOMO, but they perfected its use in sports games to the point where missing an event feels like failing a test you didn't know you were taking. Take the season pass structure as Exhibit A. Every 6 weeks, the game completely resets all progress tracks with new exclusive rewards. That badge you wanted, gone forever if you didn't grind enough. That cool jersey, it disappeared into the digital void. The game constantly reminds you of what you're missing out on, with pop-up notifications showing other players rocking items you'll never get another shot at. It creates this nagging anxiety that if you take a break, you're gonna fall behind permanently. And the brain science behind this is wild. Studies show that scarcity triggers the same neural pathways as physical threats. Your brain literally processes missing out like getting physically attacked. 2K exploits this by making every limited item feel like it's your last chance. That 48 hours left banner is not there to be helpful. It's a countdown to you panic spending. This is why every time you get on the game, that one friend always has something new to show off. They've been manipulated into believing they need to spend money. My team takes this to an entirely different level. For those unaware, their pack drops follow casino psychology. They got limited time events with Galaxy Opal cards that have a 0.1 pull rate and flash auctions where top cards disappear in hours. The mode's entire economy runs on artificial scarcity. They could easily make all of these cards available all the time because they're digital, but then where's the fun in that? They'd rather scare you into buying card packs. I've seen people say they've spent hundreds of dollars chasing a specific rare card before the timer ran out, only for that card to be remade available a couple weeks later. Now, I don't know about you, but I'd be pissed. Even the event scheduling is equally manipulative. I mean, have you ever noticed big drops always seem to hit right around payday? They also have holiday events which sync up with times when people have more free time and more holiday money to spend. Even the daily login bonuses use progressive timers. If you miss one day, it's gonna reset your whole streak and you might miss some cool items. It's all designed to make stepping away feel costly. Players talk about setting alarms at 2 a.m. just to claim limited items before they vanish. That's not engagement, that's digital Stockholm syndrome. And social media amplifies the pressure tenfold. 2K's Twitter is flooding your feed with clips of players hitting game winners and exclusive shoes that you can't even buy anymore. Their Instagram shows off rare animations only available for that one specific weekend. And the worst part is that the community plays into this BS. You'll find Reddit threads filled with titles like "Flex Your Season 3 reward posts" that turn achievements into public shaming for anyone who happened to skip that season. But I believe the Battle Pass system might be the sneakiest thing that they've implemented into their $70 game in a recent memory. Each tier shows exactly what you've missed if you don't keep grinding. That 95% complete bar haunts players into buying level skips at the last minute. I've seen people admit spending $40 just to finish a pass they didn't even want want just because seeing it unfinished bothered them. That's not rational. It's psychological warfare. But the worst part about the Battle Pass is the fact that there's 8 seasons in each game. There's 2 tiers for the Battle Pass at $10 and $20. So if you want to get the full NBA 2K experience, it's going to cost you $70 for the game and $160 for all the Battle Pass content. Mind you, we haven't even added in the cost of VC bundles if you want to make multiple builds. Then you have limited time gameplay modes that follow the same blueprint. Double XP weekends condition players to avoid grinding only during normal days. Bonus VC events teach you that playing off-peak means you're wasting your time. Even the neighborhood's decorations change constantly to visually reinforce what season you're in and what you're missing. The entire game world becomes a FOMO calendar. And the neuroscience explains why this works so well. Each limited item triggers a mini crisis in your brain. Potential loss registers more strongly than potential gain. 2K bombards you with these micro crises until spending feels like self-defense. That last chance warning isn't there to inform you, it's triggering your loss aversion instincts, and it's a big reason as to why you can't stop buying VC. That $50 you spent on VC last season wasn't just a purchase, it was the first domino in a psychological trap that makes each purchase feel inevitable. This is the sunken cost fallacy in action, and NBA 2K has weaponized it better than most Vegas casinos. This game conditions you to think I've already spent this much, so I might as well keep spending. And before you know it, you're broke and you're taking odd jobs speaking to kids about the dangers of addiction like,
That, children, was the first time I sucked a for crack. But it wouldn't be the last.
So let's break down how this all works in practice. Every September when the new 2K drops, you lose all your hard-earned attributes, but you get to keep certain cosmetic items and badges. This isn't a mistake, it's by design. That partial reset creates just enough continuity to make you feel invested, while wiping the slate clean enough to force new spending. Your brain looks at those carried over items and it thinks, I've got a history here, and it ignores the fact that 90% of your progress just vanished. The game's counting on that emotional attachment to override your common sense. And the reminders are everywhere once you know where to look. The badge progress screen showing your accomplishment from previous years, that's when sunken cost triggered. The legacy tab tracking how many seasons you played, that's just a psychological anchor. All tools used to keep you hooked. That annual cycle will turn into this self-perpetuating machine, and each year the sunken cost grows heavier. Maybe you swore you wasn't gonna spend money this year, but then you remember all those hours grinding last year's game. Or how about that $100 you dropped on the My Team card? Or what about your friends just pressuring you to play this year's game? The game knows the more you're invested in previous versions, the more likely you are to justify spending just this one on the new game. Before you know it, you're 5 years deep into what's $1,000 plus invested, still telling yourself, next year I'll go cold turkey. My Team mode takes this to another level entirely. Those card collections that partially carry over, they're designed to make you feel like quitting would waste all your past pulls. The collection rewards that require keeping cards you'll never use, here's sunken cost engineering. Players report keeping trash cards in their collection just to maintain completion percentages, then feeling compelled to buy more packs just to finish what they started. And the numbers don't lie. Virtual currency sales grew 150% year over year in fiscal 2015, then another 71% by 2017. That's not organic growth. That's the snowball effect in action. As more players get deeper into the ecosystem, their tolerance for spending increases. What seemed outrageous in NBA 2K13 has now become routine by NBA 2K25. The game normalizes escalating investments by making each purchase feel like the logical next step in their journey. Basically, what I'm trying to say is 2K started with just giving you the tip, but now you're getting the full-blown giggity, giggity, giggity. Long-term players get hit the hardest by this. That dude who bought every 2K since 2K13 isn't just loyal. He's psychologically primed to keep spending. Each year's purchase justifies the next through sheer momentum. The game reinforces this by giving veteran players special cosmetics, free copies of the next game, or even a shrine in the next game, not to reward them, but to remind them how much they've already invested. It's like getting a gold star in kindergarten class, but not for being a good student, but a drone with no self-control. The real genius is how 2K makes the sunken cost fallacy feel like it's your own idea. Nobody forces you to buy VC. I mean, how many times have you heard that? I've seen the community manager Ronnie2K say this to fans on Twitter who complain about the VC prices. The game instead just creates conditions where spending feels like the natural solution to the problems it's engineered. That my player who can't shoot, I've already put 20 hours into him. I might as well buy the shooting upgrades. Or how about that my team that's missing that one card? After all the packs I've opened, I deserve to complete the set. So the game turns your own psychology against you. The excessive spending has gotten so bad that it's inspired this skit my co-host and I produced on a TV show I used to host called X-Play.
Are you ready for this, man?
I'm ready. I got the clamps on. Let's go.
Yeah, we gonna see it's time for my Super Saiyan Euro step.
The f, dude? Who are you?
Vince Carter.
I hate to break it to you, but Vince Carter's a little...
Go ahead. Say it.
Thin, yeah.
Oh. That's not where I expected y'all to go with that, but it still hurts.
I think the better question is, why are you in our game?
You hadn't unlocked that layup yet.
You're joking, right?
No. You want that layup? That's gonna be $500, my friend.
I'm not your friend. And I'm not paying $500 for no damn layup package.
All right, you're lost.
Now compare this to how other sports games handle annual releases. MLB The Show lets you carry over progress between console generations. FIFA's Ultimate Team gives you loyalty rewards that don't pressure players to further spend. These games understand that respecting players' time and money leads to better long-term engagement. 2K takes the opposite approach. They bank on frustration and attachment to drive further revenue. And the scary part is how this escalates over time. Early purchases seem justifiable because, you know, it's just $20 here, $50 there, but each one raises your personal spending ceiling. That first $100 bundle feels outrageous until it starts to become the new normal. Players report looking back at year one spending with disbelief, only to realize they're now spending triple that amount without blinking. It's no different than a drug addict. That small dose of meth that used to get you high can quickly turn into an all-day habit because you're trying to chase that first high that you ever got. The only difference is you don't lose your teeth, your house, your family, your health, everything else in between. Bit of an extreme example, but you get the point. What a lot of you don't get though is 2K's pricing model. That VC counter at the top of your screen isn't just tracking currency, it's masking how much real money you're burning. The whole virtual economy is built on one simple trick: make prices feel abstract. When a pair of digital Jordans cost 15,000 VC instead of $15, your brain processes that transaction differently. Studies show people spend more when there's psychological distance between them and their cash, and 2K exploits this hard. One thing I do know they do is they make sure that that math doesn't add up on purpose. VC bundles come in awkward amounts like 75,000 or 200,000, while item prices end up in random numbers like 12,500 or 37,750. This is not sloppy design, it's calculated confusion. You will always have leftover VC after a purchase, which creates this nagging feeling that you might as well buy more VC so that you can use up the scrap. This system is engineered with odd numbers to keep you chasing round numbers. Just look at how they changed exchange rates.
Hey, man.
Back in 2K13, $3 got you 10,000 VC, which was enough for a serious upgrade. By 2K17, that same $3 bought you pocket change. The franchise increased VC prices by 35% in just 1 year between 2K13 and 2K14. Now in 2K25, 25,000 VC, which used to be a major purchase, might not even cover some basic accessories. You get a t-shirt with that. They've slowly inflated the virtual economy while keeping real dollar prices steady, hoping players won't notice their shrinking value. Even the storefront design plays mind games too. You ever notice how the game shows VC prices in huge font while the real dollar equivalent is buried in the menus? That's intentional. When you see 75,000 VC for a build instead of $50, the sticker shock hits way softer. Researchers call this pain for paying reduction. The same reason casinos use chips instead of cash. One study found that people spend up to 30% more when using intermediate currencies such as coins, tickets, or VC versus direct payments. 2K didn't invent this tactic, but they damn for sure weaponized it. It also doesn't help that bundle deals add another layer of confusion. That bonus 20% free VC offer sounds great until you realize those base amounts are arbitrary. There's no standard VC to dollar ratio, so comparing value between these bundles becomes impossible. Players report buying larger packs than needed just because the bonus made them seem like they were better deals, only to end up with thousands of unused VC that taunt them into spending more later, like,
"You make me sick."
Leave me alone,
please. Hiding in the shadows. Hiding from who you truly are.
Oh.
You can't escape yourself.
The leftover VC phenomena is textbook behavioral economics. One player tracked his purchases and he found he's accumulated over 8,000 wasted VC across multiple transactions. Money spent solely because he had odd amounts of VC just sitting in his account. The game could let you cash out unused VC or buy exact amounts, but then that would kill the cycle. So instead, those digital pennies create constant pressure to add more. My team takes this further with pack prices that don't align with card value. A single Galaxy Opal card might cost 100,000 VC on the auction house, right? But the packs that contain it sell it for 10,000 VC each. This mismatch means that you're never quite sure what anything is worth, and one of the main reasons I don't fucking play this But hey, financial reports prove this model works. Player spending per user grew 11 times between 2K13 and 2K17. By 2020, the franchise was pulling in over $1 billion annually from microtransactions alone. These are not organic numbers. They are the result of systems engineered to obscure spending. Even the name VC is a corporate inside joke for those of you unaware. Yeah, it stands for virtual currency, but it also references visual concepts. The studio behind 2K, it's their initials. They literally rebranded their monetization system after themselves. That's how confident they were in fooling you. Now compare this to how other games handle purchases. At least with Fortnite, they show real money prices alongside the V-Bucks. FIFA Ultimate Team displays approximate dollar values for their packs. Now 2K could do the same, but they choose not to because clarity would hurt sales. The less you think about actual dollars, the more you'll actually spend on their game. And the sad part is that players fall for these predictable traps all the time. I'll just buy a $20 bundle will eventually turn into, I might as well get the $50 one with the bonus VC because they keep the math fuzzy. One Reddit user has calculated that upgrading a My Player to an 85 overall costs $50 in VC in 2K25. But most players don't realize this until after they pay. The game never shows you the full price tag up front. For those of you unaware, the mobile gaming industry pioneered these tactics, but 2K brought them into console sports titles. Those limited time VC sales that pop up after you lose a game, that is straight from a casino's playbook. The way My Team auctions display last bid timers counting down, that is classic urgency triggers. Every element funnels you towards spending without fully realizing the cost of the game. They do this by focusing on giving you what you want, and that is another hit of that dopamine. That moment when the pack shakes before revealing your My Team cards isn't just a cool effect, it's a neurological trigger carefully crafted to hit your brain's pleasure centers. NBA 2K's pack openings operate on these same psychological principles as a slot machine, using variable reward schedules
using
to
the
keep
tap
you chasing
logs
the
dog
next big
street.
pull. The game doesn't just sell you digital cards, it sells you the rush of anticipation, calibrated down to the millisecond of the animation timing. Break down any pack opening sequence and you will see the science behind the spectacle. First comes the pack animation itself. It's the glowing edges, the dramatic camera angles, the signature shake before the reveal. These aren't just visual flares, they're dopamine primers. Studies have shown your brain releases more pleasure chemicals during the anticipation than the actual reward itself. 2K exploits this by stretching out the reveal process with unnecessary theatrics. That 3-second delay between the pack opening and the card display, that's not a loading time. That's your nervous system being wound up. And the sound design plays an equally manipulative role as well. Notice how the audio builds as the pack opens. Subtle chimes escalate to a crescendo when rare cards appear. Common cards get generic whoosh sound, while Galaxy Opals trigger a full orchestra of strings. Your ears learn to recognize these cues before your eyes process the visual, creating a psychological response before you even know what you pull. That's why some of your favorite content creators' hands be shaking in the videos they make. The anticipation gives that junkie itch. Rarity tiers add another layer of psychological engineering. Cards aren't just good or bad, they're color-coded into a hierarchy that triggers our collector instincts. That pink diamond card might be functionally identical to a ruby one, but the different colors make your brain categorize them as separate must-haves. 2K has progressively amped up these techniques over the years. Just compare 2K17's basic card flips to today's cinematic pack openings, complete with player holograms and arena crowd noises. Each iteration adds more sensory stimuli to strengthen that dopamine response. Recent versions even include a double reveal moment where a card appears to be one tier before it morphs into something better, a psychological trick that's been borrowed from carnival games. Players report that their heart rate spikes during these fake-out reveals, even though they know it's just an animation. The neurological parallels to gambling are undeniable. MRI studies show similar brain activity patterns between slot machine players and loot box openers, specifically in the brain's reward center. Both activities create what psychologists call intermediate reinforcement. That's when unpredictable rewards trigger compulsive behavior. 2K takes this further by adding visual and auditory feedback that actual casinos cannot replicate. Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Some of your microtransactions in your video games are worse than some of these casino tactics. I mean, the pack odds themselves are engineered to maximize this effect. You notice how 2K displays percentages like a 1.5% chance of a Galaxy Opal instead of the actual odds like 1 in 67? That's because big numbers feel more obtainable than actual fractions, even when the math says otherwise. The game also front loads rare pools for new accounts, a common tactic in gacha games to hook players early. One data miner found fresh accounts had significantly better pack luck for the first 10 to 15 openings before odds normalized. But that's just the more popular way 2K currently gets their players hooked. I also remember back in the 2K16 days when the game had park cards. For those who don't know, park cards were a microtransaction that you could purchase and utilize at any point in a competitive online match. It was a pay-to-win mechanic that fooled sweats and salty people into spending more after seeing someone else use them. Now, I'm old, so I was an adult during 2K16, and I think because some of y'all were younger during those 2K16 days, you see that game through rose-tinted glasses, but I remember not being a big fan because I can't tell you how many park games I lost where I was up a couple points about to close it out, and then the other team felt like they were about to lose, and they popped a three-point shooting park card or a unstoppable dunk park card, and now they don't miss and we lose. That shit was not fun. It rewarded poor play, and I'd imagine it tempted many people into purchasing park cards so they didn't get left behind. Since then, those cards have evolved into Gatorade boosts, which is another dopamine hit. A lot of times it feels like your build can't hit anything, and then you buy a Gatorade boost and now you can't miss. Gatorade boosts are almost needed just to play online, especially with allegations of shooting being RNG based going around. And I can't stress enough that all these things cost VC, and VC costs real world money. VC's role in NBA 2K cannot be overstated. By obscuring real dollar amounts behind virtual currency, the opaque process makes it harder for players to track down how much they're spending, thus they're more inclined to spend outside their budget without noticing. Now, my personal conspiracy, which has nothing to do with anything else discussed in this video, that was all well-researched, real things that are going on, just my personal conspiracy is that even the PC version of 2K is designed to trick people into spending more money. The PC version is last to get updates, it has no crossplay with other platforms, and 2K refuses to implement anti-cheat into the game, so now you have these weird-faced hackers running around the park like,
you know what it says? His feet is slow as shit.
And just this past year with 2K25, the dev team finally made the current gen version of 2K available on PC. I can't stress enough that these games are developed on PCs, but the dev team is so lazy, they uploaded the PS4 version to Steam up until this last year. Now, my conspiracy is that they did this on purpose. I mean, the lack of anti-cheat, crossplay, and general game support is to fool you into purchasing the PC version for those who don't know any better, and then when you get frustrated with the PC version because it's so neglected, you go out and you buy it on console again, and they get 2 sales instead of 1. Hell, I'm guilty of this. That's how I came up with this whole conspiracy. The bottom line is that constantly seeking thrills can lead you down a dark path. Games are supposed to be a fun thing we do with our free time, not a second job that constantly robs us. So you might be wondering, what can you do to combat these corporations out of nickel and diamond? Don't worry, I'm here to let you know how you can break free. Here's the thing about NBA 2K. You don't have to let the game play you. There are ways to enjoy basketball without getting sucked into the VC vortex, and it starts with setting hard limits. Decide up front how much you're willing to spend each season, whether that's $0 or $20, and then stick to it like it's a hard contract. I did this myself with NBA 2K25. The summer of 2024, when the news for NBA 2K25 first started dropping, I told the boys in the group chat I am buying 1 bundle of VC, and I'm only making 2 builds this year max. If it doesn't work out after that, oh well. We just gonna have to lose. Because the reality is that the average gamer is 35 years old, and I need some of y'all to start acting like it and exercise some self-control. Especially because y'all keep saying you want to see the game improve. The game will never improve if y'all keep spending excessive amounts of money. Y'all didn't listen to my first warning when I told you don't buy it, so here we are. Instead, I'm gonna give you a more easy solution, which is instead of spending thousands of dollars every fucking year on VC, just buy a little $50 bundle, and then after that, leave the fucking VC alone. Because the reality is that y'all sit on y'all YouTube videos, y'all be in Twitter spaces, tweeting, streaming, just complaining about VC. Y'all still buy it. You send one message publicly and then do something different in private, and the only thing that matters to these corporations is their profit margin. Yeah, you mad, but you still buying. I can't stress enough that their power is in the people. Exercise discernment. I encourage everyone to spend more time in the lab instead of spending money. Instead of dropping cash to boost your My Player's 3-point rating, learn your jumper's timing. Master dribble moves that work even with low ball control. There's a whole community of no VC players who compete with base ratings just to prove it's possible. The game wants you to believe attributes are everything, but watch any part game and you'll see 90 overalls are getting cooked by players who actually know how to read defenses and are only in their 80s. Also, try switching up your mode. My career and my team are built to push spending, but my NBA lets you control a franchise without ever seeing a VC prompt. Play Now Online uses real NBA teams so no one has stat advantages, and even the WNBA modes are refreshingly stripped of microtransactions. Community matters. Join discords or subreddits where players share free ways to earn VC through gameplay tricks. There are entire threads dedicated to finding the fastest my career methods or cheesing my team challenges without buying packs. I've seen forum posts where people refer to themselves as budget ballers and they share the best methods to grind without spending. When you surround yourself with players who prioritize skill over spending, the social pressure flips. You start feeling proud of your restraint instead of insecure about your gear. The psychological tricks only work if you don't see them coming, but now that you know about the FOMO traps, you can spot them, like the limited time items always dropping right after payday, and then you can adjust accordingly. Recognizing sunken cost fallacy helps you walk away when you've had enough instead of thinking I've spent this much already. Just turn off notifications. Those pop-ups about limited time packs or the season's gonna end soon so you better finish your battle pass are designed to pull you back in. Just mute 2K social media during content drops so you're not bombarded by hype. Turn off noties on them pack opening YouTubers that you follow. The reality is that you can't spend money on anything if you don't know it exists. Ignore enough of the temptation and soon you'll be screaming. It's important to understand that NBA 2K's psychological tricks aren't just annoying design choices. They're a calculated revenue machine, with microtransactions now making up 79% of Take-Two's $4.2 billion earnings. That frustration you feel grinding the badges, the pressure to keep up in the city, it's all engineered to push spending. It's worked so well over the past decade that 2K has begun to implement the same tactics into their wrestling series with the introduction of the Island in WWE 2K25. Now, I don't have any hot takes on the Island. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna pray for the wrestling community as well as the basketball community when it comes to this VC stuff. Hopefully recognizing these tactics lets you flip the script. You don't have to chase every limited time item or max out your credit card for VC. The real flex isn't having the rarest card. It's enjoying basketball on your terms. Control the game instead of letting it control you. Now, if you enjoyed this video, please remember to hit the like button and also tap the card on the screen. Check out my video on the dark psychology of microtransactions. It's similar to this video, but it speaks on the gaming industry as a whole. If that sounds like something you'd like to hear, click the card on the screen.
This is art. But so is this. Art is a kaleidoscope of perceptions, and the lives of artists are even more multifaceted. Recently, I watched the theatrical adaptation of Look Back by manga visionary Tatsuki Fujimoto. Hailed as one of the finest anime adaptations in recent
Fujimoto's
years,
that guy.
Look Back was nothing short of a gut-punching experience.
Alright, yo. I gotta get ready to get up out of here. But we finished the page, though. I like it. I like where we ended off. Looks pretty good. But we completed the page. I mean, there's still some little tidy things I'm gonna do when I go back and look at this. But it's fair. It's fair. It's where I want it. Hey, appreciate that, Chaos. You stayed along for the ride. Yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's been a while since I've tried to kept me company for my grind while I listen to some cool videos. Yeah, I just be finding videos and saving them, and I say I'm gonna watch them, so I guess I'll do it this way. But yeah, these are a lot of cool informational videos. I love those. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like everybody's gone here. I'm not gonna raid. Uh-oh, music going up. I gotta figure out what's doing that. I'm pretty sure I got some type of shortcut just doing it. But yeah, this is cool. I am tired. I want to go to bed. Yeah, wake up in the morning, do this all over again. Try to get, should be able to get about 4 or 5 pages in by the end of this week. That's the plan. Because what, today's Wednesday, so if I can get about 5 pages done, that'll be good. I got 2 more weeks, so yeah. Good night. Hope you have a good one. To everybody else who's lurking or y'all sleep, appreciate y'all. My phone's died, so I have no hand claps, nothing like that. It's doing a 30th. Don't know if I'm gonna make that, but hey, this is for, we're just doing it, man. I'm not tripping. I'm not gonna kill myself, but I do want to do this. So either way, if I don't make the competition or I do, it was just the fact of trying. That's what this is about. So, well, guys, I'll see you guys next time. And yeah, that's the shoot. That's the thing. I want to have fun with this. So, it was just a good way for me to get back in the saddle of doing manga before I started going back and doing my thing. I don't know if it's just me, but I consider the work that I want to do like really, really precious. So I want to make sure I got all the kinks in what I'm thinking out so I can approach something within my flow state. So I'm like, I got the bad stuff out. Now let's get serious, that type of thing. So yeah, but no, I'll definitely make sure I'm having fun with it. Yeah. But y'all have a good night. I will catch y'all next time. Till then, y'all be easy. I'll be back I'll be back today. But like 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But y'all take it easy. See you next time. Peace.